Round one, fight!
Hey, welcome to Tournament Fights. This is episode number 146. This is Best Star Wars Characters, and it's part of our overall Geek Series. So I got some inspiration from another fellow friend and YouTuber, Amaru Moses. He did a big tournament over on his channel, but we're doing ours on a much bigger and grander scale because we want content. So this will last us a long time on the channel. And if you hear any topics that are coming up that you like, that you want to be a part of, let me know. Because we got 8 of these going on. And next one will be Best Star Trek Characters. But tonight we're going to hash out the Best Star Wars Characters. I'm your host, Jordan, the movie hero Anderson. And yeah, we'll jump into this one. So I'll bring in our panel for tonight. And we'll start with, he's kind enough to jump on last minute so Austin could go get some sleep because he gets up early. So we got Malcolm Lay. What's up, Malcolm?
Hello there. Myself working at the time, but
okay, yeah. Well, hello there. But we also have, I consider her kind of she probably knows way more about Star Wars than all of us, kind of the resident expert, you could say. We have Marvelous Marie Wilson. Hey,
hello. Good. Excited to do this.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. So, we also have joining us for the first time on the channel. We have Ryan Payne. What's up, Ryan?
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Doing good. We're just ready to talk Star Wars and figure out who the best characters are. It's going to be tough because one of the things about tournament fights, we don't have any seeds or anything. Everything's random, so you get random matches, and you can have literally championship matches in the first round. Like the randomizer can be cruel. Like it's crazy. Like Marie's seen it, Malcolm's seen it. They're all used to it. So
I'm no stranger to this. I have a buddy of mine that likes to do this. When we did a bracket on like cartoon shows. He had the whole thing in random to where we were doing it. He started off with 90s Nickelodeon and ended up being a pair off between Rugrats and Ren and Stimpy, even though we argued that Ren and Stimpy technically wasn't 90s, but but it was during when it was popular, and myself and my buddy went back and forth on which one we wanted.
I know I watched it in the 90s, so yeah. So yeah, those are two heavy hitters, but we also have, last but certainly not least, we have Steven Shepard, and he loves sand tonight. What's up, Steven?
Yeah, I figured I'm already signed up for the Star Trek one. Might as well do Star Wars as well.
Yeah, nice. So just to kind of let everyone know, for any first timers, anyone who might be tuning in for the first time, basically just like a big March Madness tournament of 64. We have 64 of the best characters we could determine. If we left off some of your favorite characters, sorry, we kind of hashed it up between a few of us to make this list, but all the main heavy hitters are definitely there for sure. And you just vote round by round. You have to vote no matter what, and you can come up with literally any reason. We like to have fun here, so you can vote for your favorite characters. You can vote against characters you don't like. You can vote because you like the look of a character. You can go all dark side, all light side, whatever you want to do. So yeah, just have fun with it. So yeah, and since we have 5 of us, there will be no tiebreakers. Usually we have tiebreaker rules, but that won't apply tonight. So I'll go ahead and I'll bring up the bracket. 1 second here. Cover up the first match. There we go. All right. So, and we always start at the bottom of the bracket or the bottom of the ladder as it's displayed. So Steven will have the first vote, and yeah. So we'll go ahead and reveal the first matchup here. We have Admiral Akbar up against Anakin Skywalker, and spoiler alert, I have Anakin Skywalker and Darth Vader here because I kind of feel like he's two different characters. Because once he becomes Darth Vader, he is no longer Anakin to me. So we will have
No, pretty
both
much
on there.
the
So
show,
just keep that in mind.
even the lore has gone out of its way to show that they're both two different people.
Yeah, right. so yeah. So, Steven, we got Admiral Akbar versus Anakin. Who you got?
I mean, I gotta be honest. I only vaguely remember Akbar's. And Anakin is obviously the prequel trilogy is all about him. So I'll go with Anakin.
Yeah. Well, Ryan, who you got here?
I mean, obvious. I mean, Anakin feels like the stronger choice and the obvious one, but then with Akbar, learning about like his background and getting into the war with Akbar, though he compared when it comes to the two of them when it comes with war, Akbar honestly feels like the better soldier compared to Anakin. I mean, if Anakin didn't have the force powers, he would have simply just been a starfighter pilot.
Hmm?
And he could have been someone under Akbar's, control. I mean, under Akbar's command, if Anakin had lived into the time of the, of the rebellion. But like tomato, tomato.
Yeah,
Oh man,
it's tough.
like this really feels very easy going towards Anakin, mainly because what Steven said, the whole story of the prequels is focused on him. I don't know. Akbar to me feels like the better character in my mind. I mean, Anakin's a tragic character, but I'm going to give my vote to Akbar just so we can move past it, so I can get myself out of this.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good.
So,
Maria, who you got here?
yeah, for me, I'm really glad that you separated out Darth Vader and Anakin Skywalker because Anakin is my number one favorite Star Wars character of all time. So
Ooh,
I don't
nice.
care what bad things people say about Annie. I love my Annie, and I am going with him.
Yeah, sounds good. Well, Malcolm, who you got?
Yeah, I mean, I like Edwin, but I don't.
And you might be muted.
I heard
I
him.
hear him.
I heard him.
I think it's on you. I think it's you, Jordan.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, maybe it. I was freezing up. So, who'd you vote for again, Malcolm? I might have been.
I haven't officially voted yet.
Oh, you haven't voted yet. Okay, I thought
No.
you were saying that you already did vote. Okay, well then go for it.
No, I like Edwin, but like I don't have any hate to him. But realistically, he's only really memorable for It's a Trap.
Yeah.
And I mean, I do really like Anakin, and I think he's one of my favorite parts of Attack of the Clones. So I'm gonna go Anakin.
Yeah, yeah. This one's interesting, but I kind of feel like the Rise of Skywalker did Admiral Akbar dirty in that. Like I'm not happy with what they chose to do in that. Mostly not happy with the whole movie in general, but that's a topic for another time, but or discussion. But and yeah, like he doesn't really like have a lot to do other than just being there for like a few like space battles, and then especially in Return of the Jedi, which is my personal favorite Star Wars movie. But and then like he'll pop up at like some meetings when they're planning to go, whatever plan they have, But yeah, Anakin Skywalker is like, yeah, he's the main focus of the prequels, and yeah, he's a great character, and then also in the Clone Wars, he's great.
Mhm.
Like
Even Akbar gets more he gets more screen time in the Clone Wars as well.
Yeah, a little bit, but
but it literally is like someone who honestly, even this was very one-sided because you have Akbar who's more interesting when you look back in lore and in the expanded universe, or with some of the comics and books they've written, compared to Anakin, who is the character who is pretty much the focus point, the main person. So
yeah, right. It's a little heavy on on Anakin. So, but the panel has spoken, so it'll be Anakin Skywalker.
So my polar
Uh,
opposite moves on because he
Oh,
hates food.
right. Yep, exactly. All right, we got Bo-Katan going up against Cad
Oh.
Bane. We got a couple of
Oh,
TV ones here.
that's a
So
good one.
yeah, so this one we'll start with Ryan first. So who you got here?
Damn. I mean, this is a good pairing. Both famous from the Clone Wars. Both really grew popular. I guess for me, for the more favorite character, I'm going to pick, as much as Cad Bane is kind of like that great bounty hunter. I'm actually going to go more with Bo-Katan because Cad Bane, even though he's great, his interactions I've seen in the Clone Wars fantastic, but kind of like with one thing with Anakin's story, Bo-Katan's story, she starts changing more and more. Especially when it came with the Mandalorian Civil War, then with the Darth Maul, then with they're trying to free Mandalore, then her inclusion in the Mandalorian. There is more depth was created for this character, who I honestly thought was just nothing more than just a second in command henchman. So I'm going with Bo-Katan with this one, mainly because she's a better, more fascinating character.
Yeah. Well, Marie, who you got?
So I love Cad Bane's droid, Toto 360.
Oh yeah.
So I love like his interaction with that droid and just the way they are. And then I love that they brought Cad Bane into real real life live action. That's what I'm looking for. Of course, they did that with Bo-Katan, but Bo-Katan was human, and they brought a human into live action. So this was really cool to see. I know we've seen Duros before, but it was just really cool to see him in his full cowboy glory in live action. So I'm going with Cad Bane.
Yeah, for sure. Malcolm, who you got?
So, as someone who's never seen the Clone Wars series at all, like my only knowledge of these characters are from the recent live action series, and I don't get the fuss about Cad Bane. Like he popped up, he looked cool, but didn't really do much interesting stuff in the series for me to care about him or want to find out more about him. But I think Bo-Katan is a really cool character, and yes, I'm going to go Bo-Katan here.
Yeah, this one's tough for me because I've always been a big Cad Bane fan. I can't remember, like, I believe it was it Star Wars Rebels he shows up, or was it Clone Wars? I can't remember, but it's one of those animated.
It would have been
Clone Wars.
It was Clone
Wars.
I watched
Yeah.
He did also show up in the Bad Batch as well.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was the other one.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, seeing him in live action form though, on the Mandalorian was freaking awesome. Like he was like such a cool character. He was very badass and just like really, I don't know, just like almost kind of scary looking. Like if I was a little kid watching this thing, like that's the character I would be afraid of for sure. Yeah. But I mean, Bo-Katan, I mean, they have Katie Sackhoff, let me say her name right, playing her, and she's someone I've had a massive crush on ever since Battlestar Galactica, and like I've watched her career, and like I know we're just talking about the characters here, but it's kind of hard sometimes for me to separate it, and the character is also really cool, has a really cool story arc of being the one that kind of plays both sides, the one that plays both the Mandalorian side, but then also the one that like takes off her helmet and can
the watch,
like species, other humans, other things like that, and it kind of brings them together. So I think that's a really cool thing. So I'll go with Bo-Katan. Plus, she wields a freaking dark saber, and that's awesome. So yeah, Bo-Katan. Steven?
So, full disclosure, I've seen all of the movies except the animated Clone Wars.
Okay.
But that's Star Wars to me. My extent of seeing of Star Wars are the movies. I haven't really seen any of the TV stuff. I did see like 1 or 2 episodes of one of the cartoon shows, but I don't think that character was in it.
Yeah.
But so I don't really know much about either of these characters. But I'll go with Bo-Katan just simply because I like Katie Sackhoff.
Yeah. Sounds good. Well, so it'll be
Bo-Katan.
Yeah. Yeah. Sounds good. We got Cobb Vance, kind of the same vein almost.
All right.
Going up against Emperor
Oh, come
Palpatine.
on!
Lopsided here,
Come on!
Oh, boy.
Yeah. I mean,
Uh,
could just move one of them through, but I mean, and we can talk about it real quick. But Marie, you're up first, so you
okay, so when I first saw you scroll down to Cobb Vanth, I got really excited because Cobb Vanth
Yeah.
is a character from one of my absolute favorite book series, the Aftermath trilogy. It is brilliant,
Oh,
and the
yeah.
fact that they took a character from a book trilogy and put him in live action was absolutely amazing. But against Emperor Palpatine, like Uncle Palpy's I love Uncle Palpy. Like Emperor Palpatine.
Right, and full disclosure, I had to rush through a lot of these graphics. Don't mind the misspelling. I know. I just
Oh, I just thought
But-
that I thought
yeah.
it was just I thought it was enlarged, so that's why I'm.
Oh,
like,
okay. Yeah. So, but Malcolm, who you got?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't going to put it out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Coffin was that's Timothy Oliphant, isn't it?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, like Coffin, like his character's fine in the Mandalorian. I've never really kind of liked him that much in the series. I thought he was just fine. But yeah, up against old Sheev buddy, it's pretty much a so just like being killed by Cad Bane, he's going to be killed by Palpatine too. So Palpatine,
Right. Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
you're telling me that that his character is killed off?
Oh.
I totally did not
spoiler.
say that.
Oh,
But yeah, I love Timothy Oliphant. Like I was a big fan of Justified. Like I watched Santa Clarita Diet. I thought he was good in that too, and I was really excited to see him play this character. I think it's cool. I had to get the picture where he has Boba Fett's armor on there because that's like part of the story where he has that but you're going up against Emperor Palpatine. Like he's one of like if not like the best like villain that Star Wars has. So yeah, it's got to be Emperor Palpatine here. It's just the kind of an unfair match for old Cobb here. So, but Steven, you got?
Yeah, a lot of people always vote for Darth Vader as if not the best, one of the best movie villains of all time. But I do think Palpatine is actually the better villain, because especially since he does kind of switch back at the end to save Luke. I have never seen The Mandalorian, but Justified is one of my favorite TV shows of all time, and I heard that Oliphant's character is kind of similar to Raylan Givens.
Yeah, he actually is.
So I'll even though I've never seen it, I'll give a vote for Cobb.
Yeah, totally. Ryan, what do you say here?
well, I mean, unfortunately, I mean, even though I've not read the Aftermath books, but I have been told by so many of my friends, I mean, recommending to read those books, but then also to understand the character of Cobb Vanth. But even then, even if I didn't know much about him, just seeing his introduction in The Mandalorian and then seeing him implemented was a good introduction because when you see Cobb Vanth in Boba Fett's armor, that really was a good stake for fans to show that not only is the Mandalorian like honoring like the original trilogy, it teases you of the return of Boba Fett. But even then, Timothy Olyphant did a great job with Cobb Vanth. He played him straight down the middle, a guy who took like pretty much no shit. Even if we wanted our zaddy Mando to come and take that armor. But yeah, it's Palpatine. I mean, this man pretty much is the definition. He is the dictionary definition of someone with who thinks of shit long term. He lived pretty much during the time where the Jedi were very well known. Some would say they're most powerful. They're interconnected. They're seen as heroes. He slowly works his way up in the Senate, gaining the trust of a young, naive Padme, manipulating her and manipulating people to work his way into where he's in a position of power. And then behind the scenes orchestrating so much. The fact that this man on a large scale destroyed a millennia of history of the Jedi in Coruscant, that is something that just can't be overlooked. And so I'm going for Palpatine just by the slightest of margins.
Yeah, right. By the slightest, yeah. Do it to move it to the next round. Here we go.
Do it.
Yeah. We have Grand Moff Tarkin up against Jar Jar.
Oh!
I had to throw in Jar Jar, even though people find him annoying. He's just like almost an icon at this point from Star Wars. So whether you love him or you hate him, so yeah.
Some of the hate, it just feels very childish, honestly.
I agree.
Right. But Malcolm, you'll be up first. So who you got here?
Yeah, I would argue Jar Jar Binks is probably one of the more recognizable Star Wars characters. Let's be honest. Yeah, but even if it is a lot of the times in a lot of the meme capacities. But yeah, Grand Moff Tarkin, he's played great by Peter Cushing, and is one of those characters that was all through the sort of original trilogy. He didn't really do much in the movies. It didn't really do much for me to sort of, just like Akbar in the first matchups, really didn't do a lot in the movies. It kind of makes you want to vote for him. But yeah, even though Jar Jar Binks is an annoying character, he's secretly a Sith in disguise, and and he's a true emperor. But he may be annoying, but he's got a good heart. Especially sort of seeing sort of Jar Jar Binks, especially up in that courtroom, standing in for Padme at times and all that. He's really kind and all that. So I'm going to vote Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah. Sounds good. So I have a 6-year-old nephew who it's been a lot of fun to go through all the Star Wars movies with him and some of the series, and we just finished Star Wars Rebels, and so when I was making this, I asked him, I'm like, what do you think about Jar Jar Binks? He's like, he's awesome. He's a Sith Lord. So even he knows at only 6 years old, he's into all that. I'm like, really? You think he's a Sith Lord, huh? You're one of those. Okay. So, and I don't know, if I believe that really, but you never know. It might be a way to make the character kind of cooler, but who knows? But yeah, just kind of what Malcolm said. Grand Moff Tarkin doesn't really have a lot to do. He's kind of a cool kind of calculating character, and I thought that it was cool. Even if the CGI didn't look great, it's cool to see him back for a Rogue One and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But Jar Jar Binks, despite the fart jokes and all the weird shenanigans and hijinks he has, he's at least an interesting character. He has his moments, and I'm not gonna vote for him the whole way around, but maybe get him out of the first round at least. So yeah, I'll go Jar Jar. Sure. Steven?
Sure, why not? I'll say Jar Jar.
Yeah. Ryan?
First of all, this I mean, look, I understand I think it's funny the notion of Jar Jar being a Sith in disguise is just fans just being like, oh, it'd be funny if he was actually one of Palpatine's inside guys. But to me, Jar Jar, he represents one of the good natured souls in the galaxy. Yes, he's clumsy. Yes, he's a bit aloof and he's foolish at times. But you do see moments when Jar Jar is called to step up, even if he is stumbling along the way. He does step up to it. And then going into and despite the huge negative backlash towards him, even then his small role in Attack of the Clones, and then even in the Clone Wars TV in the animated show, you actually see he's actually useful. Like because of his good nature and his good trusting. I can't remember the episode, but the episode where he and Mace Windu go to a planet and the Queen
Ardota.
Yes, the Queen trusts only Jar Jar because she trusts his good intentions and his good nature, while Mace, who of course he's Jedi Master, but he's hardened and he's a headstrong, thinks Jar Jar is a complete idiot. But because of Jar Jar's good naturedness and his trust amongst the local and the Queen, it's proof that Jar Jar was able to sniff out something that Mace himself couldn't be able to do. Sure, he's mostly a comedic character, but Misa, as far as concerned, that Misa thinks that Jar Jar gets too much hate amongst this fandom. So Misa is putting my vote towards a Jar Jar.
Yeah, nice.
Love
Sounds
it.
good. Yeah. Well, Marie, what do you think?
So Grand Moff Tarkin is great. He's kind of creepy, and in Rogue One, depending on whose side you're on, Director Krennic or Grand Moff Tarkin's, you can really be like, oh man, he's mean, taking that project away from Director Krennic and not like him so much. But Jar Jar is actually one of my absolute favorite characters. I love him. And one of my favorite episodes of the Clone Wars series is Bombad Jedi, where Jar Jar goes to, I think they're on Rhodia, and Padme and him and C-3PO are together. And there's this whole crazy thing that happens, and the ship gets destroyed. And C-3PO tells Padme about it, and she's like, "Oh, is it droids?" And he's like, "No." And she goes, "Jar Jar," and he goes, "Jar Jar." And it's just like this, like deadpan, like
Nice.
we all know Jar Jar caused the problem, but they
Yep.
still love him, and he saves the day, and it's great. So I'm voting Jar Jar.
Yeah. Well, might not get a love it. Georgia might not get a lot of love in like the general community, but here it'll get at least the love to the second round. So, all right, we got Luke Skywalker up against Sabine. Yeah. So, and it'll be me first, and this one's not as easy for me as you might think because for me, I think that Star Wars Rebels is the best thing Star Wars has ever done for me as far as like any kind of series, any kind of a movie. I'm just a massive Star Wars Rebels fan. So every time that I get to like see any of these characters in like live action form, I'm just waiting for it. So yeah, and we got a little bit of Sabine in live action form just for a little bit. So I thought that was pretty cool. But it's Luke Skywalker. Gosh, like are you just like the best Jedi for me? Like I think that's almost ever existed. Like he's just has a really cool story arc. The whole entire like all of Star Wars so far is practically based around his character and like his family line and storyline and just the arc that he has from just being this kind of just like this kid that just wants to go to the Tashi station and get a power converter and like just being this kind of like almost doofus of a kid, and then he becomes like a really cool Jedi master, and you even see afterwards when he becomes really hardened and like some of those things too. And but this is my favorite depiction. I had to go with the Black Jedi robes because that's my favorite Luke Skywalker is that one. So yeah, I'm gonna go Luke Skywalker here. Steven, what do you think?
just looking up Sabine because Rebels, I think, is actually the one that I saw like the first episode or two of. So
Okay.
But you know what? I'd still probably go with Luke Skywalker. I mean, this is probably a controversial opinion, but I thought Luke was at his most interesting, and I think Mark Hamill gives his best acting in The Last Jedi.
Mm.
I'm listening.
And so yeah, I'll go with Luke for sure.
Yeah. Well, Ryan, what do you think?
I mean, when I saw this matchup, my mind was already made up. But one thing I do appreciate with this little matchup here between these two characters is that with Sabine, yeah, Rebels really did great, really did craft her character, her struggles, and the more the show went on, when the focus was put on her, you really looked. She really did show you she's not like some carefree Mandalorian warrior just out to rebel against the Empire and cause chaos. No, you do see, just kind of like with Bo-Katan, a more complex character, somebody who almost, when you first watched the first season, she could have just been written off as just a supporting side character, but when they put the focus on her, the writing really shows. And one thing I think Sabine has an upper hand on Luke is that her character, because she's not a main focus of the narrative of Star Wars, it does give her more opportunities to exist outside of the main timeline. Whereas, unfortunately, with Luke, just like with Anakin, even though you could bring them into small stories or have them interact with other characters, once you bring them back into the main time, they're kind of like this straight. They're just a straight line to where nothing about them can change until they get to this part of the movie or this part. Which is why when it comes with the Clone Wars, as much as I like Anakin there, it's because you know where it's end to where he has to revert to. It kind of destroys all that character growth he's made. So in a way with Luke, because we know where he's at in the sequel trilogy, whatever plans they may have for him in comics or in animation, I'm not going to say it's not going to hurt more, but it's still going to be like, I love this change, but then I know that moment's coming. But even despite everything I'm saying, my vote is going towards Luke because he is not just the ultimate Jedi, but because he is someone who his story in the original trilogy reminds us that when we are called to something, we can choose to answer or ignore it. He chose it, and when he did answer it, he was trying to live up to it. And you do see his struggles, the internal struggle and the emotional struggle he goes through, that he just couldn't run away from, at least in the original trilogy. Of course, in the sequel, you do see the fallout of the choices he made to where he is running away, where he wants to end all of it. And I think it's a great adult story that I'm honestly surprised not many people in the fandom understand. But, that's the main fandom here. So I'm going to leave all that off the table for right now. But my vote is going to Luke.
Yeah, sounds good. Marie, you got here?
Yes. So, I'm not gonna be able to find that. So, Luke, y'all are probably gonna. I don't know. People in the world would probably hate me for this, but Luke is fine. He's fine.
Just fine.
When he showed up in The Mandalorian to take Grogu, I was like, y'all, this is lazy writing. Like, there are other Jedi that could have potentially gotten Grogu instead. And there's one Jedi in particular that I wished it had been, and I am blanking on his name right now, and it is driving me crazy. He was blink and you miss it in The Phantom Menace, and then he has the power of psychometry.
Quinlan Vos?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Quinlan Vos.
Yeah.
I wanted it to be Quinlan Vos that showed up.
That would have been awesome. Yeah, he's a really cool character.
I mean, they teased him in Kenobi, so it's kind of like he's still out. He's out there.
Yeah.
He's like a Native American type character, isn't he? Or like sort of like that?
Yeah, I think his design has a bit of Native American features, like his.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so that's cool.
I really thought they could have been more creative with that, and so everyone was talking about how they were freaking out when Luke Skywalker showed up in that episode, and when I saw it, I was like, eh. So, and I know that's completely like sacrilegious to say, but Sabine Wren, her story is so dynamic, and with the Duchess and the super weapon and all of this like complicated, crazy, really rough background, and I just think she's more interesting. So I'm actually going to go with Sabine.
Yeah. Sounds good. Malcolm,
Um,
you got.
yeah, John, just a quick correction to something you said when you were going.
Yeah.
So, but we haven't seen Sabine Wren in live action yet.
I could have sworn that they had a character that like looked like her with like the colorful hair and
I think you're thinking of Sasha Banks' character in The Mandalorian. A lot
Maybe
of people
that's what I was thinking.
A lot of people thought she was Sabine, but
Okay.
she wasn't. She was a completely different character. I don't think
We're gonna get Sabine in Ahsoka. So
yeah,
I mean,
she's gonna be in Ahsoka.
Nice.
Or as I
look forward to
call it,
that.
Rebels season 5, because that's pretty much what it is.
Yeah.
I think it's more of an epilogue to Rebels, but you know.
Well, I mean, I'm still going to argue it's Rebels season 5 because all those main characters are going to be in that. I would assume so.
Yeah.
With the exception of Kate.
Awesome. Yeah.
But yeah. So I thought I was going to be the lone one with the hot take on Luke but Marie.
Oh man.
Yeah. I think Luke's fine. I also was sitting there like, oh good God, there's many other Jedi out there apart from Luke freaking Skywalker. It's like it could have been a surprise that like Mace Windu's not actually dead, and they could have like had that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
So yeah, I like Luke enough. But I think Sabine is the more interesting character. I also would have gone Sabine.
Yeah, it's like way to keep the universe small. Just keep it all Skywalkers or whatever. Yeah. But
I mean, I was curious to where they were going to go with it, but then of course we get with Book of Boba Fett. They really truncate it down to where I'm going. If it was going to be Luke, then maybe. I mean, Filoni did say it was a 2-year gap between season 2 and 3, but it's more like we needed to feel that gap instead of be told it.
Well, I mean,
right.
Well, that's the thing. I wouldn't have hated Luke getting like Grogu going to Luke in the end, but having Luke being the one to go collect him is like surely he's got other people that he could have sent out on.
Right.
And I don't discredit anyone from that theory too. I mean, from that argument as well. Yeah, well, he was on that Seeing Stone. Any other Jedi could have responded, but of course, when we do look at that timeline, Luke, unfortunately, he is the active one. So, in the light, because we see with Ahsoka, even though she's using her lightsabers and a bit of her force power, she is kind of stayed hidden. I mean, yeah, I would love to see Quinlan, or what many other people were saying they kind of wanted to see Cal, but I don't know. Given with both Fallen Order and now a Survivor, I kind of believe that's not going to be possible anymore.
Yeah, probably not. But up next we have Bail Organa up against Boba Fett. Could be lopsided again, but we'll see. We'll start with Steven first. Who you got here?
So I haven't seen my experience with Boba Fett is mostly from Attack of the Clones, because I haven't seen the show, and he doesn't have a whole lot to do in Attack of the Clones, but I like Jimmy Smits. But I'll go with Boba Fett.
Yeah, like if you see Obi-Wan, you'll get a good dose of Bail Organa. But Ryan, what do you
I'm
think?
actually going towards Bail. My vote's going to Bail Organa. I mean, Boba Fett, he is great. He's a good character, but I think with Boba Fett, he kind of suffered from pretty much the fandom building him up too much. I mean, look, after the original trilogy, there was lots of comics. There was a lot of material to boost him up, to really show more of the lore of his character. And then even then with the prequels, though, we are backtracking a little bit. But even then with the prequels, it's still a young Boba Fett. And then with the Clone Wars. But with Bail Organa, though, his character, to me, got so much more. I mean, from the first two films, Jimmy Smits did a good job what he was asked to do, and I like the fact that he was a senator in the background who witnesses the extinction of the Jedi, and he's one of the few senators that chooses to do something about it. It's secret. So I do like how we get to where we discover how Leia became an Organa. And also we do see, even with, despite people's feelings of Obi-Wan, I do even like there where we do see Bail not only trying to be a good father, but he's trying to mentor her, getting her to understand, what he does. And I mean, sure, he's kind of grooming her, mentoring her to be a senator like him. But you do see this is someone who tries and someone who cares deeply, especially looking at him in the Clone Wars and whenever small cameos he pops up in Rebels and in Rogue One, you do see that this is a man who spent a lifetime trying to do the right thing, and then when he knows it's not working, he's helping the rebellion. And it's not canon, but I liked his part in the game The Force Unleashed too, to where he and Leia kind of helped form the rebellion in that game, though. But even then, you do see a Bail Organa. This is a good man. And despite Boba Fett being a bounty hunter, he learns to open himself up and trust people. I like that with Star Wars, goodness, with Bail Organa is an example that goodness can come from anywhere in the galaxy. If you're a Gungan, you're a Jedi warrior, you're a nobody, or you're a senator in Coruscant. So my vote is the Bail Organa, and I apologize for that 3-minute buster.
No, you're all good. Marie.
So in the comics made me absolutely hate Boba Fett because he would just, like, there was this one character that he just up and killed. It ended up he didn't actually kill her, but it was just like, oh, you walked in the door, bam, and I was like, whoa. And he did other things that just made me really mad. But then the book of Boba Fett,
yeah,
I have to say that, and I know this is another hot take, Book of Boba Fett is my favorite live action Star Wars series.
Ooh.
I absolutely adored it. And the Tusken Raider scenes with Boba Fett were just, oh God, it was so good.
Those scenes gave me chills. Yeah, they're awesome.
Yes, they were so good.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have to go with Boba Fett.
Yeah,
I even like the scene when he's trying to be he's trying to be ahead. He takes over the position and he's learning the ups and downs of it. I like how, I even like that one where I like when he gets that bonding moment with the Rancor.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the stuff with the Rancor is fun. Yeah.
My current purse is actually a Book of Boba Fett purse. So
nice. Awesome.
I love how the Book of Boba Fett took a big monster like the Rancor and just completely pulled the rug underneath so many Star Wars fans now. So when they rewatch the Return of the Jedi, they're like, oh no, Luke murdered an emotional, innocent creature.
Yeah, right. Yep. Well, Malcolm, what do you say here?
Yeah, I like Bail Organa enough. Like he's fine. And it's one of those ones like Obi-Wan Kenobi. This series Obi-Wan Kenobi did make me kind of appreciate him a little bit more. But yeah, I've got to go for my boy Tim Morrison and Boba Fett. Well, it is sad that they're essentially a race that anyone watching Star Wars now, unless they're watching the the originals. I don't know how if they can find them anymore. But no one's going to know that Jeremy Bulloch was ever Boba Fett anymore. It's like because they covered up his voice with Tim Morrison and all that. But yeah, I also really enjoyed Book of Boba Fett. I'm not ready to say it's my favorite live action series, but I like Book of Boba Fett more than I liked Andor. So there's that. So I'm going to go Boba Fett. Yeah,
I thought Andor had a lot of potential, but it just when it was good, but it wasn't always good for me. So, here I think that Jimmy Smits he's fine playing the character. I think that I don't have anything against him, but I'm not really a big fan either. I'm just kind of like, oh, he's there, he's cool, he's all right, I guess. But yeah, Boba Fett. Yeah, the Book of Boba Fett was just like so good, and yeah, like I don't know if we're gonna get more. I hope so, but yeah, I just thought yeah, the Tusken Raiders scene and like how he like just bonded with them in like that type of way, and like and make his own little staff and all that stuff was just like so cool. Like you really felt like they were like even more than just family. They were like bonded like in a way. Like it was really cool, and yeah, and Tamara Morrison did great in it too. Like I actually like that he's the kind of like a bounty hunter character, but like he's not really a Mandalorian. He just takes his helmet off and just kind of goes rogue and just does his own thing, and I kind of appreciate that. So I'll vote for Boba Fett. Yeah. So Boba Fett.
I was sad when we didn't get Boba Fett to help out on the Siege of Mandalorian.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah.
I'm not changing my vote or anything, but I did get a little confused over which I didn't realize it was the kid who's Boba Fett in Attack of the Clones.
Oh yeah, the dad.
Oh yeah,
that's completely
Django
okay.
is, yeah.
I mean, do you have Django
yeah.
Fett and Ebers who could have Tim Morrison up against him?
I don't know if we have Django, but we got Boba. Got C-3PO up against Cassie.
This is like a semi-final
yeah.
posting.
Yeah, right.
Oh my
Could be.
gosh.
So, well, you're up first, Ryan. So who you got?
Crap. Oh boy. I do need some time on this one, but okay. Well, it's clear. No, once again, this is a difference between two characters that's kind of like outside of narrative. It's like Luke and Sabine again all over. You know, we get two characters. So C-3PO, he's there throughout the entire saga. So on that alone, you'd accept him. But Cassian, even the small stuff he gets, he was one of my favorite parts of Rogue One, and even in his series, I do love. I like the journey his character goes through to becoming, I won't say a rebel just yet, but becoming radicalized in fighting against the Empire. Because it is a slow draw, though, but I like the fact, one thing I did appreciate with the show, it took its time to get us to the point where Andor as a character goes, I can't run, I can't hide, I'd rather fight. You know, it's that episode, One Way Out, that was amazing, where you see Andor slowly becoming a rebel, like he's finally going, like he's committing to a fight. Well, with C-3PO though, I mean, despite him being used as comedic moments, he is an important character, because if it wasn't for C-3PO, Uncle Owen would have not have bought him, because he needed someone who spoke Bocce, and C-3PO didn't speak up for R2. Plans would never have gotten to Luke would never have seen that hologram. Sure, R2 is the one that's pushing. He's the proactive one of the duo. But C-3PO, because he can speak to other people, he's able to, whether or not you can realize, actually drop influence to where he can sway people's decisions. And even in the prequels, he is a bit of comedic because, you know, he's created by Anakin. That, God, I'm trying to come up with a decision. I'm speaking on both of their best moments. Fuck, hell.
Just gotta pull the ripcord.
Yeah, I gotta
quick one.
just pull up. Okay, 3, 2. Wish I could flip a coin, but I'm not going to do that. All right.
You could.
I know. The more I keep talking, I don't know. Shit. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to go for Cassian.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go for Cassian in this one.
Yeah, sounds good. Marie, who you got?
Okay, so Rogue One is my favorite Star Wars movie, and Cassian is obviously an amazing part of that movie. I was super hyped for the series, and it wasn't what I had expected it to be, and so that was kind of sad. But C-3PO as a character is my most relatable character in Star Wars. Like, I get where he's coming from. I get that anxiety. I get feeling like everyone's, you know, kind of dogging you and making fun of you because I was there when I was younger. So I totally get C3PO. So I'm voting for him.
Yeah. Malcolm, who you got?
Like I also was actually pretty hyped for Andor, but and I thought the show was going to be more about his life leading up to Rogue One. I didn't think it was going to be more heavier on the start of the rebellion, so to speak.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's one of those ones like. I wish we kind of got like something like movie, a TV show or something about some of the like the Rogue One characters before we got to Rogue One, because it's one of those ones like when Rogue One came out, it's like we knew what was going to happen to these characters, so there was really not a lot of reason to care about these characters, their fates at the end of the movie, because like we already knew that the people who got the plans didn't survive past the movie, so it was like there really wasn't any reason to care about these characters because we're only sort of being thrown in and only learning a little bits about those characters. From what I understand is in one of the books leading up to Rogue One, I think they gave a bit more about those characters, but I just wish the movie did a better job of getting us to care about those characters. If you get what I'm getting, but yeah. I love C3PO. He's great, and yeah, there's a reason, and I think part of that reason is because Anthony Daniels. So I'm gonna go C3PO.
Yeah. Well, I thought that Rogue One did a great job of getting us to care about the characters. I really
cried
did.
when they died.
Yeah. Same
several
here.
times.
Yeah. And also, like something that I always want to champion. So Michael Giacchino, he did an extended version of the score for Rogue One, and it is some of the best stuff. Like just hearing the music makes me tear up. Like it is some really good stuff. So if you haven't gone and listened to that, go check that out because it is really good. Like I mean, it's not even John Williams, and he's almost on par with John Williams for that score at least. So yeah, but and C3PO, like he's a fun character, but he gets a kind of annoying after a while, if I'm being honest. Like he's just really neurotic. Oh, what are we doing? Oh, like come help me. Oh, like he's just like running around screaming, just being neurotic all the time. And I'm like, okay, like it's enough. Like you're almost getting into Jar Jar territory sometimes. So, but I mean, he's fun. He's not as bad as Jar Jar for sure. Like he's I like him better. But I mean, Cassian Andor, like Diego Luna, like is like slowly becoming one of my favorite actors. He is so good in this role and just plays the character so well. I don't think that the big problem was with some of the writing and like the with the Cassian Andor series and it just kind of dragged and like it's a good slow burn for some people, but like it was too much of a slow burn for me. Like there are parts that were really good and like yeah, just keep going with this. Like it's getting really good, and then now we're waiting 2-3 episodes for anything to happen. I'm just like, come on. So, but I still think he's an awesome character, and even though we do know his fate, I mean, I still think that he's a great character. So I'll go with Cassie. Steven?
I'm gonna go with Cassian just because I think I can't really separate C3PO from R2D2. I think those two characters together are more memorable than they are individually.
Yeah, it's true. But Ryan, remind me who you voted for again?
I went with Cassian.
Okay, so it'll be Cassian. All right.
I mean, I'm really hoping that they're pushing for a second season of Andor just to pay off some of that slow burn because I think that was the point of.
Yeah,
look, I get it. It was not for everybody. Trust me. I think I didn't catch back up with the show after I watched episode 4. But even then, rewatching some, I mean, I guess because of Tony Gilroy's writing style and the way he did it, he really wanted to craft. He wanted everything to be intricate and tie in together. You know, like he really wanted to paint you this like a conspiracy web. But you know, not everyone was interested in trying to
keep all the threads together.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it's one of the series that could have benefited from having a shorter season.
Or maybe not being released
yeah.
weekly. If it was all like
Yeah.
released, if every episode was released, I think as a binge, I think people would have actually enjoyed it more personally than me.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yep. I'd agree. But we got Darth Vader. There he is, and he's going up against Finn. So
Oh,
Sucker! God damn it!
might be a tough one for Finn, but we'll see. It'll be Marie first. So who you got?
okay. So, like I said earlier, Anakin Skywalker is my absolute favorite Star Wars character. Darth Vader is great, fascinating, but Finn is my favorite sequel trilogy character.
Oh, nice.
So I love Finn, and just his growth throughout the sequel trilogy is really cool. And I love that he's force sensitive. I think that's super awesome. So
Yeah.
I am voting for Finn, actually.
Yeah, sounds good. I wasn't sure he was going to get any love here, so that's good. Malcolm, what do you say?
Finn is getting a short end of the stick in this tournament, just like he was given the short end of the stick in the sequel trilogy.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean, look, I like Finn enough. Like, I do. He's not my favorite character in the sequel trilogy. But like, I think they could have given him more. I think the sequel trilogy on a whole, I think it kind of was a mismatch of either miscommunication between Ryan and JJ to sort of this, or Ryan just wanting to do what he wanted to do, not worry about sort of what JJ wanted to set up. I think there was some miscommunication in that sequel trilogy that led it to be as like mismatched as it was. But I'm going with Darth Vader, and I have no idea what pitch that's from. But yeah.
Yeah. No, these are just ones that I made. Like I just picked a background and then put the character with it. So yeah, I got him. I don't know if he's ever on. I think that's like Yavin 4 or something like that. But
No, what it means is that looks like it's from a TV series or a video game or something.
Yeah, it looks like it's from the Clone Wars or from.
Oh yeah, it's probably from like a video game. Like some of these might be. Yeah, but yeah, like I think Finn is a really cool and like interesting character, but they waste him. Like they freaking waste him in the sequel trilogy, and like I could go on and on about how they wasted almost every character in the sequel trilogy. Like it just kind of like it's a little upsetting, like what they did with all the characters in that trilogy. But Darth Vader, they certainly did not waste him. He's used to the fullest extent. He's awesome. He just like some things that you find out. Like I just imagine, because by the time I saw Empire and the Return of the Jedi, everything had been spoiled. Yeah, everything had been spoiled for me, and like I already knew everything. And like I just imagine being there, like for the first time, you don't know anything that's gonna happen. And you find out that Darth Vader is Luke's father. You find out Luke and Leia are actually brother and sister. You find out all these different things. Like you see, like Han Solo going down into the carbonite. You don't know if he's going to survive. You think he's dead. You see Chewbacca going crazy. Like all of that just would completely blow my mind seeing it for the first time. But I already knew like pretty much everything going in. So it wasn't as impactful. But still, I think Darth Vader's got to be one of the best villains, if not the greatest villain of all time. Like he's just an incredible character, and yeah, I think he's going to go far in this tournament. So I'll go Darth Vader. Steven?
I'm going to go with Finn because I like Finn a lot, especially in The Force Awakens. But I liked him in Last Jedi too. It's largely Rise of Skywalker where I thought he was kind of wasted.
Yeah.
And Darth Vader's fine, but to me, the real villain was always Palpatine. So I'm going to go with Finn.
Yeah. Ryan, what do you say?
Now, obviously, I'm also on the train that Finn was given the short stick, but it's not until now you rewatch this trilogy. He was pretty much his wings were clipped from the moment he took off his helmet. Honestly, if you think about it, because if we all remember back then when the Force Awakens was announced, we all saw every trailer and TV clip that came out. The person that was always constantly on the front center was Finn.
Yeah.
Finn was like really pushed really hard on that marketing, especially that clip you seen of a lightsaber where everyone was focusing on that. But when the movie came out, it was once it got past after Finn crashing on Jakku, meeting with Rey, it was kind of obvious there between the two of them who the story was focusing more on. Finn, unfortunately, he was just the audience's vehicle to get into this world. And not that doesn't take away my like for the character. I really like Finn. I liked what they were trying to do with him. A stormtrooper who on his first battle or the second time he's out there, he gets a crisis of conscience and decides, no, I'm not doing this anymore. And decides to, rebel against it. Problem was, especially rewatching it, you do see every choice he's making, it gets turned on his head into a joke. Like when he's trying to free Poe. I mean, of course, Poe sees the bullshit. It's like, oh, you need a pilot. That was played off as a joke. Yeah. Or Finn encountering Rey, you do see that. Of course, he gets knocked on his ass and he's being shocked by BB-8. Where you're like, can people let him talk? And then moving on forward to where Finn is pretty much he has to think on his feet. The only time he finally gets a chance to breathe is when he's talking face to face with Maz Kanata, where he goes. That's the only time where that moment in Maz Kanata's castle is the only rare moments where you see Finn truly open up as a character. And then from there on in, he's put as a quote unquote puppet. He's given the lightsaber. He's propped up by the Resistance as his hero, to where it's not until he's confronted by Han on Starkiller Base where he's like, I'm not trying to destroy anything. I'm just here for Rey. I think, honestly, Rian Johnson did not get anything wrong for what JJ did. The problem was that he was following what JJ did to the letter. And then JJ, once again, he pretty much tied back in the pieces to create a mystery box if Finn is Force sensitive or not. Just make a decision, say he's Force sensitive, and move on. Don't do, Rey, I need to tell you something. Oh, Rey, I ain't got to tell you nothing.
Yeah, you never find out. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if people saw the Lego Star Wars Holiday Special, even though it's not, I don't know if they made it canon or not, but it is showing that Finn. Oh, he's not. It's not. Okay.
It's not canon, yeah, but it does make him Force sensitive
and being trained by Rey, which is something I appreciated.
Yeah.
Okay, getting through this tangent or so, Darth Vader, obviously the most iconic character, but Stephen did say right. When you look at the original trilogy, Darth Vader is pretty much, he's kind of like the mini boss compared to the head honcho. In video game terms, Darth Vader is Goro compared to Shao Kahn, who is Emperor Palpatine.
Yeah.
Now, Darth Vader is a great villain when you have him against other Force-sensitive Jedi. But when you have regular people involved, sure, Darth Vader is the most terrifying person, but he's kind of like a myth to most people. They don't know if he actually exists. But people are aware of who Palpatine is. I guess coming down to as much as I want to push forward Darth Vader, no, it feels like I'm giving a pity vote to Finn. I've been saying so much the negativity of what has been done to Finn. I will speak on the positives of Finn. Despite him, he turns away from the First Order. You do see his character. One thing I do think is really overshadowed and underutilized is his growth into joining the Resistance. The sad part is a lot of comedy is injected into his story, which kind of takes it apart. But one thing I do appreciate of the Rise of Skywalker is they do show that Finn wasn't alone. He wasn't the only one that turned his back on the First Order. I just wish, like most of Finn's arc, it was just better focused and better executed. When I read Colin Trevorrow's script, it looked like Finn's arc in Trevorrow's script was much more prominent.
Yeah.
But once again, I'm talking about missed potential. we are talking about iconic Star Wars characters, and Yeah, you know what? Just for fuck. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm throwing logic out the window. I'm going with Finn.
Oh, okay.
I'm going with Finn. Despite
Well,
what
it's an
logic
upset.
told me.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So it'll be Finn. That is a big upset. Let me tell you.
No,
Yeah, I
this
mean,
episode
yeah, I
is
mean,
gonna be crazy.
I could see Ryan talking himself into and out of voting for Finn.
Yeah, right. Yeah, like he could have been a really awesome character. He could have been like a really cool Jedi. He could have been like a leader of some sort to go against the First Order and all that. But it didn't happen. But he had his moments.
Oh no!
Grogu.
Oh no!
We got
Oh no!
Grogu
Please don't tell me who he's
coming up against
Oh,
Mom. So, there you go.
oh boy.
So this time it'll be Malcolm first. So you got.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw that second pictures come out, I was getting very right it was going to be Princess Leia.
Yeah, right.
But,
brutal.
So this makes it a lot more easier for me. Like, I like my Mothma. Like, she's the one that got the resistance together and all that. But yeah, it's Grogu for me. No explanation necessary.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. So, spoiler alert: Grogu might be my favorite character in this thing. Like, Grogu is freaking like the most amazing Star Wars character to me. Like, I just love the way that he looks. There he is. Right there. Like, he's just, I don't know, just looking at him just brings like pure joy and happiness into my life. And like makes me want to be a better person. Like, it just like changes my life. I don't know, just a little puppet, but he's awesome. Yeah, and Mon Mothma's she's cool, and like you get to see more of her story arc. I think it's is it Andor that we
Andor,
yeah. So that is cool, but I kind of felt like all those scenes kind of were some of the ones that just dragged on, and like I don't know, that like it wasn't really getting anywhere fast enough for me. Like I could see where it's going, but it's like we're not really getting there. And like every time you had the music that would like at the end of every scene, it like gets really tense, but you're like, well, it's intense, but the scene's not feeling that tense for me. So but yeah, Grogu is awesome. Like, it's going to be hard for me to vote against him in this thing, but because I think that there's so much potential for this character, so especially after the last season of The Mandalorian. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Grogu. Steven, you got?
Even though I haven't seen The Mandalorian, I don't even really remember Mon Mothma, to be honest. and I'm looking at which one it says here she appeared in Return of the Jedi. It's been a while since I've seen Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
And and I know you said it's your favorite Star Wars movie. It's never been a favorite of mine, if I'm being honest.
Well, on another like a podcast, I'll tell you all about why. I think it's an amazing movie, but yeah.
So I'll give it to Grogu.
Yeah, sounds good. Ryan, what do you say here?
Well, some people might, after my decision for choosing Finn, people might throw me in the fire. Well, guess what? I'm keeping looks like I'm not out of the fire just yet, because my vote's going to Mon Mothma. One thing is, I enjoy Grogu, like him being utilized, but when he was first introduced in that first episode of The Mandalorian and seeing the fandom just go crazy over him, I was immediately the minority that goes, please don't let him be there all season. Let him be there for a few episodes, and then maybe he'll come back in another season. But, we saw where that went. And I thought he was going to be a character that was going to completely detract from the Mandalorian story. But I did like the writing, and we did see where the Grogu became someone to open up Din Djarin's heart, make Din Djarin realize that he doesn't need to be just a straight bounty hunter, and because of that, Din has been able to grow himself. He's been able to get past his trauma, his prejudices. He's become more of a character than he would have been if he had given Grogu to the Empire originally after Episode 3. But moving on, but going to Mon Mothma though, my thing with Mon Mothma, my arguments for Mon Mothma is going to mirror the same I did for Bail Organa. This is a good woman. This is somebody. And one thing I do give, another props I give to Andor, is that even though Rebels showed that she was one of the senators to openly address the Empire and join the rebellion, we do see in Andor that she was still one of the few senators trying to fight for change while the Empire was growing, still fighting for the little guy, the everyday people. And unfortunately, you do see how she's been ignored, to where you don't know, when you do see her starting to make dealings with Luthen, you don't know whether she's 100% involved or not. But that conversation she has with her old buddy, that banker, where she's like, I love that exchange where she goes, I forgot the line, but she's just like, everyone's looking at me, seeing me as not a threat. It's with these smiles. So it makes, it's a distraction, so they don't know what I'm really doing. And then we do see towards the end of that season that unfortunately, she's going to make those morally, which means setting her daughter up with the son of a warlord or an arms dealer. She's going to be making those hard moral choices. And even then, seeing to when she does join the rebellion in Rebels, and we do see in Rogue One, she's still the face, one of the few public outcry senators. What I said for Bail Organa, he's a good man, an example of that there's goodness, that you don't need to be force sensitive to be good in this world or to make change or to be important. Mon Mothma is the same thing, to where she never stopped using her voice. And depending on how we're going to see how that transpires in Ahsoka, I'm looking forward to more of Mon Mothma's story than I am of Grogu, honestly.
Well, interesting. Yeah. Well, like the main one of the things that I'll add about Grogu is that Disney needs a face front and center to sell all their merchandise. I mean, they already have a whole bunch of them, but I mean, just like add Grogu to the pile, So I think, but
I don't know. I think more people are obsessed with Pedro Pascal at the moment.
Maybe so, but Marie, who you got here?
Well, I do own at least 5 Grogu stuffed animals, or plushes.
Yeah.
But Mon Mothma is an awesome character. I really enjoyed the scenes with her family in Andor. I thought they were really powerful and a bit disturbing at times. But Grogu is just precious little soul. And the picture you chose with the macarons, like,
yes,
that was the most adorable scene where he kept like stealing them.
Yeah,
I love that.
Yes,
It's so good. And then when he's in the IG-11 and no, yes,
yeah, right.
yes,
I did
that
like
was so funny. So
I almost chose that picture, but they had to make a decision. Yeah, between those two.
so I'm going to go with Grogu.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I like the interactions Grogu had with Lizzo in that episode of Mandalorian too.
Oh yeah, yeah. But who you got here, Malcolm?
I believe I started it off.
Did you start?
It's going to be Grogu anyway. Like,
okay,
yeah.
All right, sounds good. Grogu, it is. All right. We have Kanan Jarrus up against Tobias Beckett, which that's not supposed to be. That's supposed to be Kira. I was rushing through it, so I made Tobias before that and didn't change the.
So it's Kira
just
then.
pretend it says Kira. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, Kira. There's a Tobias coming up, so Kira on this one. So
if it's all right, I will go first here because I've got to actually rush off.
Oh damn.
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
I knew there's going to be one I didn't switch the text for.
Yeah. I'm a big defender of Solo. Like, I do think there's a good movie in there. It was just one of those ones that was a really messy production when you're changing from Fuller and Chris Millett to Ron Howard and a whole bunch. But I do like the character of Kira. But yeah, as a huge fan of Rebels, Kanan Jarrus is one of those characters that I really love, and like his arc in the series is just perfect. Like he's this sort of character which is one of the last remaining sort of younglings that survived Order 66, and this is obviously later on in that time period, but like it shows him being a Jedi sort of back when sort of Jedi were kind of outlawed and all that, and he's just one of these cool characters. It really helps that it's Freddie Prinze Jr. Voicing him as well. I mean, he's the one character which, for reasons that will be obvious, I don't think we will see him in Ahsoka unless they do flashbacks. But I kind of really hope we see flashbacks so we can at least see Kanan in live action, just once. But yes, I'm gonna go Kanan on this.
Yeah. Well, do you have anything you want to plug real quick, Malcolm, before you go?
Yeah, I mean, you can find me on Rankum and I host you can find me on Take Free Productions. I host Rankum this week. It's really fits in with this category, with this topic, because we're doing top shelf John Williams scores. But we are doing the thing of only one per franchise. So only one Star Wars movie will be on there. But and you can also find me hosting trivia over on Full Metal. But yeah.
Cool. Thanks, Malcolm. Thanks for coming on.
Have a good one, Malcolm.
So now, if we end up having any ties, I'll explain how the tiebreaker works when we have a tie. So we'll wait until then. But so I guess I'm up first, and like I thought Kira was an okay a character. I don't hate a Solo like a lot of people do. I think there's a lot of fun to be had in that movie. It's just like, I don't know, like some of the characters didn't feel like the actual characters they were supposed to be portraying, but it's fine. But yeah, Kanan is awesome. Like I've already mentioned that the Star Wars Rebels, I'm going to be big on like Star Wars Rebels characters, because this is a series that like means a lot to me, that I've probably seen it all the way through about 3 times, and I'm planning to watch it even more. And yeah, he just has a really awesome arc, and like just like he's a great teacher and a leader, and then just some of the sacrifices he has to make, and when he loses his vision and like all that stuff is just really cool stuff, and like he becomes more force sensitive because of that, and yeah, it's just really cool. So I got to go Kanan for sure. Steven.
So Solo is pretty easily my least favorite Star Wars movie. I don't think it's horrible, but I do think it's bland. And I think, even like someone as awesome as Woody Harrelson wasn't really able to bring much to that movie. So when I watched that first episode of Rebels, I had no idea that was Freddie Prinze Jr.
Oh yeah.
I'll go with Kanan.
And the other thing I was going to add to it is the fact that it's Freddie Prinze Jr. If you watch interviews from him, he really treated like that character with a lot of reverence and respect, and like really like put everything he had into it. So I thought that was cool. But Ryan, what do you going to go for here?
This one's definitely a difficult one. I'm also in the camp like everyone else. I think Solo is much better than it's given. When I first saw it, I said this to a friend of mine. I even posted this. Like I said, Solo was pretty much Star Wars version of a comic book origin movie. You know, they were just going through the basics and the spark notes just to give us something good. But rewatching it, it's just like with every freaking Star Wars film, like bought by Disney, it fell apart because of politics, back studio politics. But beyond that, Kira, I did love her character. Actually, she is basically a survivor. She grew up on the streets of Corellia, got captured, unfortunately, was sold as a slave, and she had to fight her way out of slavery to becoming a right hand to Dryden Voss. She's like, because I love that time. The one thing I do appreciate Solo is the time jump to where you see where Solo is. So when he does reunite with Kira, we're like, what? This is you? And then seeing later on, like the skills that she has, her knowing, oh my God, what's the hand?
Terrace Kasi.
Terrace Kasi, yes. Seeing that she knows that, and the fact that you do see that she is someone who knows the criminal world, but because Han is back, you do see, you get a glimpse of who she was with Han. So when that moment comes to when she tells Han she's running away with him, and then that change, Emilia Clarke does a great job of that subtle change from that hopeful, like that hopefulness, and then slightly hardening herself up to what she had to do. And the one downside is that if there was ever going to be a sequel or a spinoff, I would have loved to have seen a spinoff with Kira having to work closely with Darth Maul, because
that would have been awesome.
That would have been something very interesting, seeing how she was going to run a criminal empire. But with Kanan, this is, when it comes with the Jedi, Kanan is one of the best examples of not just of a great Jedi, but of someone who is a good person that has good morals, but is able to take their knowledge of the Jedi code and make it make sense to actual people. Because you do see that with Ezra. He's telling Ezra all the stuff about the Jedi code, and Ezra is kind of just like, oh, give me the cliff notes of this. But he's trying to make Ezra understand until he gives Ezra something to understand. Like, that's one thing I like about him. Kind of like with how Grogu was for Mando, Ezra helped Kanan get past some of his traumas, some of the things his prejudice. It made Kanan become much of a better person. But by the time he gets, and I do like he has his own limitations when he gets blinded, to where he has to once again relearn to conquer his fear. And then, oh my God, his sacrifice is definitely something that stays with me.
Yeah.
And I would love for him to be mentioned. Even if we don't see him in Ahsoka, I would just like to hear the fact that he's mentioned.
Yeah, mentioned. Yeah.
Yes, but going through all of my explanations and my talking out, my mind was already made up when I saw this. I'm going for Kanan.
Yeah, sounds good. Well, Maria, who you got?
So Kanan is a fabulous character. I mean, his whole story is just full of heart and care and compassion and a lot of wisdom. But Kira, what they've done with her in the comics is fascinating. And the whole Crimson Dawn resurgence during the original trilogy, like, it's good comic material. And she is a little arrogant. She thinks that she can take down the Sith with a network of people, but I kind of like that. I dig it. She's like, yeah, I can take down Darth Vader. She's pretty great. So I'm going Kira.
That's some balls. I'll just say that.
I did not know she had a comic series. I'm gonna look for that.
Yeah, she's in the I'm way behind on comics, but the current run has her. Basically, it's a resurgence of Crimson Dawn.
Oh, nice.
Between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi.
I need to read more of the comics. I've only read the Vader comics series. I read all of that, but that's it. So
yeah.
Because if you have a certain comic book character on here, I might just be like, oh, I don't have a vote.
Well, we'll see. We got Ahsoka here going up against Greedo. More lopsided than this,
Greedo
but
versus Vader.
That's fine.
That would be so much easier.
Yeah. Yeah, but this time it'll be Steven first, so you got. I think he's looking up some stuff.
Yeah, I just don't know who Greedo is. So
he is the bounty hunter that Han shoots in A New Hope.
Yes.
Yeah,
Uh,
The
the one
green
that they,
guy.
one that they tried to make him
McClunky.
shoot first. Yeah,
Yeah.
McClunky. Yeah,
He's McClunky.
yeah.
and that's it. He's just in that one scene.
He's also in the Phantom. Well, actually, no, he's not in the Phantom Menace.
He's
No,
in
yeah,
something else. I
somebody
swear
else.
that he is, but I don't
No,
know.
no, it's a different. It's another. It's another one of his race.
I think his name is
Yeah.
Wald.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
No.
that's right. It's another one of his race.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's another roadie in there, so I think I mean, he probably pops up in the Clone Wars as a bounty hunter, but beyond that, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Ahsoka is Rosario Dawson, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So I've never seen this character because it's the TV stuff and I think the animated stuff. So,
Yeah.
but I'll go with her since I like Rosario Dawson.
Yeah. Sounds good. Ryan, what do you say?
This is just a landslide. I'm going with Ahsoka. I mean, I don't think Greedo is meant to be an important character. I mean, he's clearly just, but not as an insult though. But it was seen from his introduction, and that he was meant to be, in a way, he was just meant to be a criminal that gets killed by Han. But weird reason, because of Lucas, Greedo becomes a recognizable character by happenstance. All because Lucas just couldn't accept the fact that the character who wrote Han is meant to be somewhere in the gray, who's a survivor. He wants him to be a hero. It's one of the things the director retconning to where Greedo actually becomes popular in the fandom.
Right.
That's my opinion.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion. I mean, maybe Greedo had a following. Maybe there were some comics in the EU where Greedo had a backstory. But going with Ahsoka, one of the Jedi if whoever watched the Clone Wars TV series and the Clone Wars movie, this is a character you watch growing up in front of your eyes, or you see her grow up during this time of war, learning to be a warrior first, a Jedi, and then having a crisis of conscience to when she's framed for murder.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, you do see through her eyes, through the arrogance of the Jedi, that they failed her by not only not sticking up for her, but pretty much just assuming she is guilty.
Yeah.
And then, of course, seeing her had that crisis of conscience, having her lose it, and having her slowly just at least realize that there is something she can do in the galaxy, and that doesn't require her to be part of the Jedi Code, to where she becomes a wanderer. So I'm looking forward to seeing what her purpose will be in the show Ahsoka.
Yeah.
But beyond that, my vote is for Ahsoka.
Yeah, and I think we see one of Greedo's races in like Star Wars Resistance, and in that series is a guy that's like of his race or something.
Yeah.
A Rodian. Yeah, he's a
Rodian. Hype
yeah.
Phazon.
Yeah,
Donald
yeah.
Faison.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Maria, who you got here?
So there is actually a short story there are a couple of them, and from a certain point of view, the A New Hope 40 short stories, where you get a little more background on Greedo. But I mean, come on, Ahsoka, like she is an amazing character. So yeah, totally. I'm excited to see where it goes with her story. So Ahsoka.
Yeah, like I have pretty high hopes for the Ahsoka series, and that's not always a good thing. I think going with like such high hopes, because Ahsoka is Dave Filoni's baby, like the character that like it means the most to him, and like he's really careful with this character. So I really hope that they're going to treat it in that type of way, which I'm pretty confident they will. But we'll see. Like I might want to lower my expectations a little bit, but yeah, and that's pretty easily Ahsoka. Greedo's kind of like, I mean, almost a one-off character, you could say, because he just like has interaction with Han Solo, but I just included him because he's talked about so much.
Well, yeah, because of the director.
right. And also, when I was rounding it out, I got to to like 62, and I needed 2 more characters. So there's this one, and then one more other character you'll see that I was debating on including. So yeah, and they're kind of last minute additions, but it'll be Ahsoka. Yeah, she's awesome. So, and also too, like if you go on to like YouTube, you can watch entire compilations that just Ahsoka's storyline from Clone Wars, and it's really cool to see like everything kind of spliced together, like her arc through Clone Wars and through Star Wars Rebels, both of it. So yeah, I would recommend that. But
That's cool.
so this is the one that I switched the names. It's supposed to be Owen Lars, but I reversed it. But you know the character. Going up against Saw Gerrera.
Oh.
It's actually like a pretty cool battle, I think. So yeah, and it'll be Ryan first. So you got here.
Damn. God. Yeah, this one is difficult.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man, wow! It's it's literally a toss up between these two men.
Right.
You know what? My vote's gonna go for Lars Owen because Lars, he's a simple farmer on Tatooine, you know, just living a simple life, and then he's given the responsibility of raising pretty much his nephew, the son of his stepbrother, and you do see with Lars, I mean, we don't see much, but he does raise Luke to be a good kid. It's one of the reasons why Luke has such a strong moral compass when we first meet him. And sure, he's a teenager, or he's meant to be a young adult to where he wants more in life, to where, yeah, he's a little too much, but he has a very strong moral compass to where if it wasn't for that strong moral compass, he would not have been compelled to look for R2 in Tatooine, in the dune seas of Tatooine. He would not have been compelled. Well, I mean, after Owen and Brewer are killed, Luke leaves because no one's behind him. But you do see Luke had obligations towards his family. The reasons why he was hesitant to join Obi-Wan. You do see that when he learns of Leia was captured, he has a strong moral obligation to help and save her. And so strong morals that rubs off on Han to brings Han back. So you can see while Owen may have been the parental figure, and while people say Obi-Wan's a great mentor, it's the morals that Lars had instilled in Luke is what makes Luke the person who he is. So Lars had a very strong influence on Luke, and that's my main reason for he gets my vote.
Nice.
Yeah. Sounds good. Marie, who you got?
So Saw Gerrera is such an interesting character, and I can't think of the book. It's a young adult novel that's about Jen, and Jen and Saw Gerrera's Rebel Rising, maybe. I can't remember, but it was such a good book talking about how Jen and Saw had their kind of father-daughter relationship and how that ended, and then her journey after that. And I just think he's fascinating. And I had a beta fish once that I named him Andor Gerrera.
Oh, nice.
So I know I didn't vote for Andor, but Gerrera, I'm going for Saul.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, this one is a tough matchup. Like they're both kind of on par for me as far as how much I like the character. Because yeah, Saw is a very interesting because like I mean, for a lot of the movies and even the TV series, you just see him hiding out, like he's not doing a lot. But then, like you find out, like he does have plans, though. He does have things in the works. He wants to protect people, but he wants to find strategic ways to attack and like that kind of stuff. And so it's just really interesting. And I think Forrest Whitaker plays him really well, even and I think he shows up in like Star Wars Rebels. I think.
Yep.
But yeah, and he's a lot of fun on that series, but Owen is just an awesome character, especially after seeing Obi-Wan Kenobi. Like they really gave him like a lot more to do, and like he's a badass character. Like Joel Edgerton's awesome. Like I've been a big fan of his, and like seeing the way that he stands up to like Riva, I think her name is, and like she like gets right up in his face.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then like even burns him with the lightsaber, and he just stands right up to her. You know, like man, he might have been my favorite character from the entire Obi-Wan series. Like he was like so cool in that series, and so yeah, I think I gotta go with Uncle Owen. Yeah, but Steven, what who you got here?
I'll go with Saw because I think Forrest Whitaker was awesome. Even though, to be honest, I thought Rogue One was just okay. I mean, the last half hour is great, but but I think it takes everything that builds up to that is it's not boring, but it's not it didn't really hold my interest as much.
It's brilliant.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
To be fair,
I would agree. But
maybe I should give it a rewatch. But that being said, there are a lot of great characters and actors in that movie. So I'm going to go with Saw for that reason.
Well, also correct me if I'm wrong. I think Saw is one of the characters that survives Rogue One. I think.
No, he dies.
No.
Okay.
Everybody died because that planet is destroyed.
I didn't remember if he actually died or not. Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
he's like, my time is done or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They fire the Death Star on Jeddah, and he has that and he just has that off in the signal where he has his arms open, welcoming death.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They all
right.
die because the planet is destroyed, right?
Yeah.
Two separate occasions.
Yeah. But with that, we have our first tie. So how the tiebreakers work? We just go to the bottom of the ladder, and if ever at the bottom, we'll get the first tiebreaker, and we'll just rotate upwards. So Steven, you can change your vote if you want, but who are you going to put through?
I'll stay with Saw.
All right, that sounds good. Saw Gerrera. Moving on. Next we get
it
was Stormtrooper that got cut off there, but like I wanted to include that just because it's not a single character, but I feel like there's enough Stormtroopers. Like when you think of Star Wars, like you always think of Stormtroopers, so you got to just throw them in there. I feel like so yeah. I just used the one with the red hand of Finn, but going up against Supreme Leader Snoke. So yeah. So we will start with. I believe that we're back to Steven. So who you got?
Yeah, I mean, for the longest time, I thought Stormtroopers were like robots, and then and then The Force Awakens happens, and like, oh, there's actually people in those costumes. Okay. But that being said, I mean, even though I like the fact that Snoke dies in Last Jedi because you wouldn't expect that. But but he is, he does start off with a lot of promise, a lot of potential, and that never really materializes into anything. But he's menacing enough that I'll give him a vote here.
Yeah. Ryan, who you got?
This is kind of a fun pairing, but the more I think about it, you have on the top characters that are meant to be jokes because they can't hit the target, and then at the bottom you got a character who really just can't hit the target when it comes with its audience. So I mean, look, to me, it's to Stormtroopers because Snoke was a mystery box that JJ created that. It was clear to me that he was going to be tossed away. I loved what Rian Johnson did by killing off Snoke, where I'm going, please, he's not that important. It was clear the main focus was Kylo Ren. That's one of the few changes I really appreciated. Snoke, like every character who's part of the Empire or everything on the dark side, his arrogance blinded him to the fact that he thought he could manipulate Kylo, but instead of choosing to console or emotionally manipulate Kylo to be like, you made the right choice, he berates Kylo, to which, honestly, in that moment when he berates Kylo on his failures, he does solidify he does solidify the choice in Kylo's head that Kylo was going to kill him. Kylo made that choice right then and there. He wanted to kill him, but he just didn't know how. So I do like him throughout. I do like how he's killed off. But with stormtroopers, yeah, when it comes with the Force or when it comes with the rebels or the Resistance, they're kind of seen as cannon fodder. But I will take down to Andor and the Bad Batch in the creation of these stormtroopers. When we start seeing them introduced, you do start to see them as a terrifying force to regular civilians. You do see that to civilians, these stormtroopers are encroaching in their territory. They are pretty much the hand. They're pretty much the foot soldiers, not only of the Empire, but they're also the hand as well, because they are there to enforce the Empire's ruling over many planets that are being dried up of their resources. And it definitely shows very well in Andor. I forgot the name of that planet, but where they do the heist. The stormtroopers are there preventing the civilians, the people who live there, from doing a celebration, an annual celebration for their planet. But it's agreed they do it anyway, but it's pushed to a further region, and while they're traveling, the stormtroopers are right behind them, especially on that paradise planet that Andor is on. A stormtrooper randomly just selects him because just randomly selects him to get arrested, which leads to Andor getting in prison. I mean, there's a lot more going through it, but even in the Bad Batch, the transition from clone troopers to stormtroopers is kind of like a horrifying process when you look at it. Because regular people, they're signing up to be part of the Empire, and they're signing up, and some regular people are signing up to be seen as invaders or oppressors. So it really is difficult. So stormtroopers, it shows more of a multiple variations when it comes down to them. So I'll take the variety and quantity over what was supposed to be over Snoke.
Yeah, and I think that town you were thinking of is called Ferrix or something like that.
Ferrix.
Yeah.
Wait, that's the one. Isn't that the planet where Andor is from? I'm the one where they do.
Yeah, I think it's Andor. I think that was the one from the end of it, but I'm not 100%. But I think that sounds.
It's been a while. I mean, most of these programs, I can't think of them immediately. But once I'm off, I'm like, oh, it's this planet.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but Maria, who you got here?
So stormtroopers are iconic. And one of my car bumper stickers is a stormtrooper helmet. And I have stormtrooper helmet decals all over my nerd room.
Nice.
And I am not currently at that place, so I'm moving. So that's why there is not my big array behind me. But
okay.
I love Stormtrooper, the iconography of it. It's scary and it's interesting, and all the variations are super cool. Snoke, I think the best part about Snoke, and I don't mean this as a knock on Snoke, I mean it as it helped move the story forward and elevated the story, was when he died. Like, him being killed was like, whoa, that's different. And I really enjoyed that. So, not him being alive. So, stormtroopers.
Yeah, right. And also, Malcolm's tuning in while he's doing other stuff, but he says you should maybe pick one permanent stormtrooper to represent them all, like Captain Rex or Cody. I think it's a cheat to include a whole group personally, but just wait. You might see one of those characters coming up. Just wait.
Rex and Cody kind of don't count because they are clones. For sure, in the Bad Batch, Cody does transition to be a stormtrooper, but also in that season, he abandons them. So
and also for Steven, he says if you rewatch Rogue One, I would suggest rewatch Andor first, and that might give you more appreciation. So maybe that too. So but for me here, like I thought Supreme Leader Snoke was kind of in the end, he was kind of a wasted character. If they would have done more with his character, he could have been really cool. But they just didn't really do enough. They could have made him the big ultimate villain and not had Emperor Palpatine back. And if they would have done that, like, it would have made a lot more sense for the character, I think. But they just totally wasted him. And like, the coolest scene is like right here in the throne room when they have almost like a dance that looks like a work of art almost. That's a really cool scene. Probably my favorite of the scenes from The Last Jedi, right? I want to.
Yeah, that's from
Yeah.
Okay. He is nowhere in The Rise of Skywalker except
yeah. So
tank.
like,
He's in a
I was
tank.
gonna say a throwaway line and then one scene and one.
You see a bunch of them in a tank,
Yeah.
but
That's some issues I have with that film, Scott. But let's keep going.
yeah, and I think when they finally have the scene in the throne room, everyone's like, just kill him. Everyone wants him to die. Just kill him. Come on, get it over with. So, but yeah, but the stormtroopers, they're iconic. That's why I decided to include them. I gotta get a stormtrooper decal for the back of my car, because what I have now is I have a Grogu one and a Mandalorian one, so those are my decals on the back of my car. But yeah, so someday a stormtrooper, but probably for my next car, because my car's old. I need to get a new car. But yeah, I'll go stormtroopers here. So
regarding what you said about them, they should have made Snoke the big bad.
Yeah.
I actually liked how they used Snoke. But I would agree that they shouldn't even have brought Palpatine back. What they should have done is they should have made Kylo Ren the big bad.
Yeah, commit to it, you know.
Yeah. They could have done that, actually. Yeah, that probably would have been better. Yeah, but up next we have, I'm getting pop-ups on my screen. Sorry, but we got the Inquisitor going up against Cara Dune. So Cara Dune was the other character that I was like debating. That was one of my last additions. So some people have issues with the actor, but it's fine. We can talk about it, about the character. So it'll be Ryan first. So
I just want to clarify: is the Grand Inquisitor, or do you mean the Inquisitors?
Probably the Grand Inquisitor, the one that was
that's
from Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to clarify because I know you have his image there, but I wasn't sure if you're trying to do the same thing with the Stormtroopers. But now that's clarified. Grand Inquisitor. My vote's going to Grand Inquisitor. This has nothing to do with my feelings towards the actress who played Cara Dune, but despite that, Cara Dune she's pretty much what you see with her is what you get. Now, that doesn't mean she's a bad character. She's great, great ally for Din Djarin during that first season and the second season. But it was clear in the second season that they were transitioning her for something bigger, where personally to me, I felt she could have been riding along with Mando. She could have accompanied him to when he was traveling to the planet to meet Ahsoka, or she could have been traveling with him throughout the later half of season 2. But I get what they were trying to do with her. You know, they wanted to establish her as a new authority in the Outer Rim, as a connection to the New Republic. And when they do bring her in, I do like the fact that she's one of those characters that she's not quite over her tragedy and her prejudice, especially towards the Empire. It's pretty much, you tell her if you're gonna fight anybody, all you gotta do is say they're Imperial, and then it's kind of like, I'm in. She's clearly the one character when you see an Imperial, it's on sight with her. She's just going to shoot or attack them, like what you saw when we saw in The Rescue, that showdown. That one Imperial pilot who just would not shut his mouth up. He fucked around and found out.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, with Cara Dune, if the actress had not said those comments, we may have seen more of her in season 3, or that series that they were saying about her
Rangers of the New Republic.
Yeah,
more expansion. But even then, with that side, the Grand Inquisitor, from his introduction into Rebels, seeing that he is a Jedi Temple Guardsman made as the head of the Inquisitors. Sure, Vader is the one the Inquisitors report to, but this is the guy who the Inquisitors go to. And seeing how in the first season of Rebels, he was an utter menace to Kanan and Ezra, mentally and emotionally and spiritually torturing Ezra and pushing Kanan to his limits. and of course being fantastically voiced by Jason Isaacs. Like
Yeah.
that was so well done to when you see his end. Even when his end came, I like the fact that he's not fighting against it. He knows he failed, and he's like, I will just accept death, then accept what's to come later. And his
Yeah.
and even then, and then in season 2, you do see him come back, but in the Force Cave, where you see him as a temple guardsman, being one of the few in that vision to knight to perform the rites on Kanan, making him a fully established Jedi Knight. I do like in those little stories of what we see of him, and just honestly, he was kind of throwaway in Kenobi. That's one of my gripes towards that show. But beyond that, I'm gonna pick the Grand Inquisitor because he is definitely 100%. I mean, if you want to create a small force to eliminate any surviving Jedi, who better to hunt them than someone who used to be one? Not just to be one, but someone who trained and protected Jedi.
Right. So you're going for an Inquisitor?
Yes, Grand Inquisitor.
All right, awesome. And then Malcolm, he says also he doesn't hate Cara Dune because of the actor. I think she's just a boring character. I mean, yeah, maybe so, but then also I was going to bring in, just so we don't have to have too many tiebreakers, we got my man Michael Wolfman. What's going on?
What's going on, guys? Yes. Sorry I'm late, but I did want to. I'm a big Star Wars guy, so I wanted to pop in and give my 2 cents on some of these here.
Yeah, for sure.
I've been watching it as y'all have been going, so yeah.
Cool. Yeah, we'll come back around to you. Well, we're just getting to Marie now, and then we'll come back down to you. So awesome. What do you think, Marie?
So the Grand Inquisitor, great character. I mean, in Rebels, like creepy as heck, and then the fact he's a temple guard and all that. But although the actress for Cara Dune is so problematic, I love Cara Dune's character. I love how she's just like a bad A woman who's going in and like just busting people's chops and just like, but she's also smart when it comes to strategy. So I really like that. I think she's such a cool character, and I hated that she became a problematic person in real life because I would have loved to see Rangers of the New Republic. So Cara Dune.
Yeah. So this was kind of interesting for me because I think that they had so much potential with the Grand in Inquisitor, and like I was always confused, and maybe someone knows more than me, but in the Obi-Wan Kenobi series, you see Reva go up and just kill the Grand Inquisitor, but then like in the next episode, he's like back again, or like he's alive or something. Like did he not die or something? Or like what happened? I don't even know what even happened there.
I don't think it's clarified, but I believe it's clarified amongst his race that he has 2 stomachs. So
maybe that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was just like, why is he back again? I thought he died. But anyways, and yeah, they could have done so much more because he's a really terrifying character, and especially in Star Wars Rebels, like just like you were saying, Ryan, like he really terrorizes Ezra and Kanan and like pretty much all of them, their whole group basically, and yeah, like I'm kind of hope maybe they do more, because if there's more Inquisitors out there, maybe there's another one that'll rise to power and be even stronger. So who knows? But yeah, Cara Dune though, yeah, like despite what the actress said and like any comments, like I don't really agree with her, and I still don't like wish they wouldn't have canceled but she was problematic for Disney and Lucasfilm and stuff. So I mean, I guess I get it, but yeah, like I thought that there's a perfect character for Gina Carano, because I wouldn't say she's the strongest actor. I think she was in like some like one of the Fast and Furious movies or something like that, and like she's not the strongest actor, but for this she was actually really good though. Like I actually really liked her character a lot, and I thought she was a cool kind of like ally to Din Djarin's character, and I think that it worked really well. So I was kind of sad to see her go. And yeah, That series that you're talking about, like I wish we could have got that, but the Rangers of the New Republic. But I mean, I guess we're not. So, but I'll still
Yeah.
vote for Kira. So yeah. But Wolf, what do you think here?
So yeah, if we are talking purely based on the live action stuff, then yeah, the Inquisitor is just a very missed opportunity. But if you're talking like, the animated stuff, like the shows and all that stuff, the Inquisitors are actually really interesting characters. I think in Rebels and Clone Wars, they're very interesting. Cara Dune, again, with the whole Gina Carano situation. So I do collect action figures, and there was one point when Mandalorian was coming on that I was at this old antique shop, and they were selling, like, it was like 3 hours away from me or something like that, and they were selling an action figure of like Cara Dune and all that, and I was like, I'm now, to this day, I regret not getting it. Not because, whether she's problematic, whatever you want to say, it's not like, oh, you have a problematic person on as an action figure. No,
Yeah.
it's the fact that now it's a rarity item.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
So it's like, now it's
Exactly.
like, it would just be like, that would be such a rare item to hold, and I would be the one to have it. It would be in my power. But
Yeah.
yeah. But it would be, that'd be really cool. But I did love her as a character, and honestly, I said this from the get go. She had such a genuinely great impact on the first 2 seasons of Mandalorian. I said, watch season 3 stumble without her, and it did. It completely just fell off, and just was something I haven't even finished it yet. It's that uninteresting. Season 3 is so. But I will finish it at some point. But yeah, for this conversation, I just think Cara Dune was an excellent character. If we're talking about the characters here, I think she was an excellent character. So I will definitely say Cara.
I'm gonna say that it finishes out strong, but now I can't even remember how it finishes. So I'm like, the little fogs, and maybe it wasn't as strong. I don't know, but Steven, what do you say about these characters?
I will go with the Grand Inquisitor, mainly because the only thing I've ever seen Gina Carano in that I liked Fast and Furious 6, but she was nothing special in that. The only thing I really liked her in was the Steven Soderbergh movie Haywire.
Oh yeah, I actually really like Haywire too. I'm one of the few. I know it's not popular to say that, but yeah. But yeah, it'll be Cara Dune. So let's see.
And she was great in Deadpool as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
We got
I don't remember her.
director Orson Krennic.
Yeah,
Grief Target.
Oh.
So this time it'll be Marie first. So
Okay. So as I hinted at earlier when we were doing Grand Moff Tarkin, I think Tarkin is a bully to director Krennic. And, this was my achievement, not yours. Right. I love director Krennic. The way when he walks down the hallway with his cape kind of flowing behind him, that was always my schmodown gif for when I was like, yeah, I'm going to beat you in a trivia match. So
awesome.
I think his aesthetic is fantastic. Grief Karga is a great character, but Orson Krennic has a wonderfully iconic aesthetic, and I think he's who I'm voting for. So
yeah, I do really like both these characters. I'm a big fan of Carl Weathers. I think it's fun seeing him in The Mandalorian, but yeah, I'm also a fan of director Krennic. I think he he does kind of get bullied. You're right. Like the more and more I think about it, like yeah, like he just pushed around and like I was just waiting for it, like for him to just really snap back and like take the other guy out. But yeah, like probably here I would vote for him. I don't know if I'm gonna vote for him like a lot going forward, but here I like him, so I'll vote for Director Krennic. Wolf, what do you say?
Yes, we must not choke on our aspirations.
Yeah, all right.
But there's a Darth Vader dad joke for you. But yeah, so this is a very interesting matchup because I feel like even though Krennic was like the bad guy of Rogue One, and even though Vader had a shorter part in the movie, I feel like because Vader's scenes kind of overshadowed Krennic scenes, I feel like at the end of the day, a lot of people don't really think of Krennic as like a really terrifying villain or a really interesting villain in the Star Wars universe. And then I also feel like people, including myself, are just like sort of like, okay, what does Grief Karga do? Like he's just, I feel like he's just a character that's like, I love that they brought on why am I blanking out on the actor's name? Carl Weathers.
Carl Weathers. Yeah.
I'm glad that they brought on Carl Weathers. I was super excited, and he was great in season 1. Like he was given like an interesting story, but then after season 1, I feel like they just didn't really do much with his character. I felt like he was just kind of there to.
He's just there to be a friend to like the Mandalorian, and then he like pops up and he's like, "Oh, it's Grief Karga. There he is. All right, he's leading his own thing. Whatever." Yeah,
yeah. It's like so because I feel like they just haven't really gone anywhere with that character as of late. I will say Director Orson Krennic, because even though Vader for most people outshine him, I thought that like he was a very good villain in the movie. So yeah.
Yeah, sounds good. Steven, who you got?
I'll go with Krennic, even though I love Ben Mendelsohn as an actor. I didn't think this was like when I think of performances of his that I love. I definitely don't think of this movie. I don't think his character was all that memorable. But I haven't seen The Mandalorian, so that's why I will go with Krennic.
Well, hopefully they do more with Ben Mendelsohn in Secret Invasion. I just brought that up because you said you were watching it.
Yeah, Ben Mendelsohn has good stuff.
Episode.
Nice. Yeah. But Ryan, what you got?
I'm a sucker for redemption stories, but I'm also a sucker for believing that people can change and become better. And my vote would have gone to Grief Karga, because as you see from his, and going solely off Mandalorian, you see from his introduction, it is unknown what he does, but it's clear to me he is a mediator. He is somebody who, you see from the Bounty Hunters Guild, he's someone who's not in charge of it, but as far as when it came to Navarro, he was the person in charge of that land. So he was always seen as kind of a subcontractor, mediator who would do, who he didn't have a lot of power, but whatever power he had, he knew how to use it. And then,
I have no idea what that sounded. Sounds like someone's like lighting a butane lighter or something.
Yes. Was not sure if that was going for me or not. What I'm trying to say is that through each season of The Mandalorian, you do see a change in his character structure. In the first one, he was just someone who just wanted to be in control of this town when it came with the bounty hunters, keep them all in line in a lawless town. But then in the second season, you do see that he changed his attitude a little bit to where he wants to change Navarro from a lawless town into an independent system outside of the New Republic. And then, of course, in season 3, the aspirations are even bigger. But he also, unfortunately, he comes across setbacks. But ultimately, it still remains the same. He's someone who has a lot of arrogance and a lot of overconfidence in his station, and he has to be taken down a peg. which is what we got in season 3. He had to get taken down a peg a little bit, but even then, I like his character because he's overconfident, he's arrogant, but he can also back it up as well. So you can see he's a quick draw shooter, and also he knows how to negotiate with stubborn-minded people. At least when it comes with a situation he's well in control of. When he's outside of his control, he'll still try to negotiate his way out of it, but he's someone who I think kind of wants to revert. He wants violence as a last resort. So I kind of like the fact with this character, he's very restrained. He always wants to be the person where cooler heads prevail.
Yep.
Well, with Orson Krennic, he clearly has someone who he's kind of the opposite. He's well above his station. He's very overconfident, over arrogant, but because of his station, he's someone who likes to exert his power. But that works for him, because if it wasn't for him exerting his power, he would have not gotten his Project Stardust off. He would not have caught the ear of the Emperor pushing for Project Stardust. Yes, it got taken away from him, and he is angry for a good reason, because of the infighting amongst all of the Moffs.
Yep. So which one are you voting for?
Sorry, Grief.
Okay,
I talked so much. I should have said. I said in the beginning, but I should have cleared.
No worries. But it'll still be Orson Krennic. Moving on. And I hate to be this guy, but we're already at the 2-hour mark, so we're gonna have to keep our comments to about 30 seconds or so. We're gonna have like a 5-hour show. So if we don't want to be here all night long, we'll have to keep it like.
We're like at the end of round 1, right?
Yeah. We're not even like to the end of round 1. So.
Oh wow. Okay.
Just so you know, we got a lot left. So yeah, but anyways, we have Queel up against Poe Dameron. All right. So and it'll be me first, and this was kind of interesting because I actually kind of like Queel. I think he's a cool, just kind of fun character. Like Nick Nolte did an awesome job. I never really thought we'd ever get him in voicing a Star Wars character, but we did. And like when he died, I was really sad too. I'm like, oh man, I have spoken, and he's just like a really cool kind of ally character. And I don't know, I think maybe he served his arc well. Maybe that was enough for him. I don't know, but and then Poe is another awesome character that I feel like they didn't quite do enough with. But I mean, I guess I was fine with what he got. But he's a really awesome character too. But I really like Oscar Isaacs, but I think I gotta go with Queel actually. I don't know, he's just a fun time. So yeah, I'll vote Queel because he's one of those guys that once you can get on his good side, he'll be a great ally that's there to help you. So yeah, but Wolf, who you got?
Queel, I have spoken.
All right, sounds good. Steven.
I love Poe. He's one of my favorite characters from the sequel trilogy. I'll go with Poe.
Yeah. Ryan.
To keep it short, pretty much Queel, he's someone who's down to business, and I wish there was more of him, but I like the little that we got of him. He's no nonsense. He's straightforward. The things in those interactions he has with Mando, you do see it leaves a big impact on him, to a reason why Mando trusts him so much that he goes back to that planet to recruit Queel. And if he didn't go back to that planet, we would have not gotten that great redemption of IG-11 that made him such a good. So Poe's great. He's pretty much meant to be the hotshot fighter pilot. I love what Rian Johnson did with his character in The Last Jedi. But honestly, when it came down to it, I lean more towards Queel than Poe. So my vote's going to Queel.
Yeah, sounds good. Marie, who you got?
So I love Poe. Poe's fantastic, but Quill is just such a unique character. And I love that they decided to make an Ugnaught such a pivotal part of the story in the first season. So I'm going for Queel.
Yeah, so it'll be Queel and moving on. All right. And that'll be the end of that side. All right, cool. So now if it, just keep it to about that 30 seconds or less, we'll get through fairly quick. Let's see. Yeah. Because we still haven't hit some heavy hitters I can think of. So, I mean,
Yeah.
that's what we got here. Darth Maul versus Jabba the Hutt.
Oh.
This one makes me laugh. So, this time it'll be Wolf first. So, who you got here?
So real quick, interesting that you have me go first, because back in high school we would do these like Shakespeare plays, and all the kids were like, "Ugh, Shakespeare." So our teacher decided, how about we do As You Like It, but as the students would like it, and it took place at like a Comic-Con and all that stuff. And so like they based it all around that setting. So my character cosplayed as Darth Maul, so I actually got to wear Darth Maul makeup out on stage and stuff like that, with like a red
That's
lightsaber
awesome.
and everything. It was like really dope. But yeah, I love Darth Maul. He is excellent, and yes, he has died and come back many times for a reason, and because he's just great. His comics are excellent. Just what they do, what Sam Witwer does with him is great too. So yeah, Darth Maul just is one of the best villain characters in all of Star Wars. Jabba the Hutt is he's Donald Trump of Star Wars. Okay, so so I'll say Darth Maul. There you go.
Yeah. I mean, you do see more of the race in like the Book of Boba Fett, but yeah. But Steven, you got.
I just mean calling him the Donald Trump of Star Wars is funny.
You make a meme out of that one.
Yeah. I haven't seen any of the animated stuff beyond the first episode of Rebels. So can somebody explain to me how Maul came back when he was chopped in half at the end of Phantom Menace?
The dark side.
Yeah.
The energy, the force of the dark side kept him alive. His anger and his need for vengeance kept him alive.
Yeah.
And he became a Spider-Man. Not like spider leg.
He got robot.
Yeah. Think of the Scorpion King from The Money Returns, and then just put Darth Maul's body as the top half. That's how they show Maul returning. But beyond that, they get rid of that little arachnid half body of his and give him two proper legs, so he becomes a cyborg.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's cool seeing him in like the Clone Wars and Rebels and stuff. I think it's cool, yeah. But what do you think?
Well, Darth Maul is involved in my favorite lightsaber fight. That lightsaber fight between him and Anakin and Obi-Wan was just fantastic. So yeah, I'll go with Darth Maul.
Also, if you don't have to watch the show to watch it. Just watch the choreography of it. It's totally different from all the other Clone Wars fights. Like the actual fight between Ahsoka and Darth Maul in season, was it season 6?
Seven.
Season 7 of Clone Wars. Yeah, the final season. Yeah, final season of Clone Wars. That fight blew me away when it got to that point. It's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I always wonder like what they could have done after Solo. Like I don't know if we're ever gonna know. But
see, I hate it. That is what I hated Darth Maul showing up in Solo. I love the Darth Maul character. I hated that. That felt like forced fan service. It was just like,
I mean, it does, but then you do see that in the Clone Wars show, they do make it make sense. Like what he is, the fact that he does run a criminal underworld. So.
Yeah. But Ryan, who you got here?
Well, I mean, obviously, I'm going towards Maul because not because I don't like Jabba the Hutt. Jabba the Hutt, he was a great impression. This is someone who looks like someone who is a slug, but happens to be one of the most feared and powerful characters in the criminal underworld, and the fact that the Hutts in general are a criminal organization. That is fantastic. But once again, when it came to Star Wars, I'm a sucker for storytelling, and the storytelling of Maul really trumps all. I mean, when I see Jabba the Hutt on screen, I know business is about to get crazy. But with Darth Maul, you do see someone who's of the dark side. Killed. He was assumed dead. Comes back for vengeance. Slowly I can't remember, but I remember the theory that there's theory pushing around that Darth Maul is the Greek character of Sisyphus. Sisyphus, yeah. He's constantly pushing that boulder up the hill, and every time he gets towards the top, it rolls back down. You can say that for revenge against Obi-Wan Kenobi, getting on top of the world as a criminal of a criminal syndicate, ruling Mandalore, trying to destroy Emperor Palpatine, and trying to make Ezra his apprentice. 5 of those things are attempts he tries to make, and when he gets that close, the boulder rolls back down to the bottom to where he finally just results back to simple vengeance, to where you see his end in Rebels. So I'm going with Maul.
Yeah, that like season finale, I think it was like Rebel season 2, was it?
3, I believe. No, wait, 3, 4?
It might have been 3 maybe, but with Darth Maul and Ezra, like, and like that was the first time that I like cried watching an animated series, because I watched Rebels first, and I was just like shocked. I'm like, why is this making me cry? What the heck's going on? Like this is an animated series. Come on, but yeah, but Maria, what do you think here?
Definitely Darth Maul. I have a sparkly Darth Maul t-shirt I got at the thrift store years ago. I actually have the Lego minifig of Darth Maul with the 2 robo legs. That's pretty
awesome.
sweet minifig. But I mean, his whole story is so complicated, so deep, and his character, his personality, and the trauma he's dealt with really gets fleshed out. So totally Darth Maul.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to post on the pictures in the video, maybe like on the group chat, but I went to a Comic-Con in like full Darth Maul cosplay, and like I had professional makeup done, so like it doesn't even look like me. I have like some contacts lenses in to have the Darth Maul eyes. I have like my teeth all messed up and like the horns and everything. So it turned out really cool. The only thing is that after doing all that, I couldn't afford a proper lightsaber, so I have this like weird kind of rainbow lightsaber where the lightsaber doesn't match the costume. It's kind of like wah wah on the lightsaber.
No,
but and I also wore it for the premiere of The Force Awakens. Even though he's not in it, I just picked a Star Wars character and they let me wear it to work because I was working at a movie theater at that time, so that was cool. But yeah. That's got to be a Darth Maul. I just feel like even though Jabba the Hutt runs the underground, it's kind of like almost anyone could just go in there and take him out. He's just a giant slug. I don't know. If you have a lightsaber or a blaster, like he's gone. I don't know. So unless he has enough minions that can come after you or something. But yeah, Darth Maul's awesome. And I met Ray Park at a convention because he does a lot of those conventions. So. Yeah, he was really awesome, and he was doing some parkour and stuff for us, so that was cool. But yeah, so I'll go Darth Maul. So it'll be Darth Maul. Right. Next up, we have Jyn Erso going up against Kylo Ren.
Oh man.
Matchup, but and it'll be Steven first.
Oh.
So what do you got?
I love Felicity Jones. So it's a shame that I have to vote against her, but I think Kylo Ren, even though I thought it was a huge mistake to redeem him and turn him back to being good.
Yeah.
I still think it's a great character, and I think Adam Driver is great. So I will go with Kylo Ren.
Kylo Ren killed his dad, freaking Han Solo. You cannot come back from that. There's no redemption for you.
The only good thing about him turning good again was that scene with him and Han.
Yeah, but Ryan, what do you think here?
I'm just because seeing the number of choices we had on the other side of the track and what we have here, I'm gonna stay focused and I'm just gonna straightly just go for Kylo Ren. Both characters, I think Jin and Kylo, they had great potential, but they were both the execution was kind of missed on both of them. As much as I'm not a fan of his redemption in Rise of Skywalker, I do see the point of his redemption, and it is a great moment. But I really would have loved to have seen the story to where Kylo just goes further and further into the dark side, refusing to acknowledge literally sacrificing his soul just so he can live up to the legacy of Darth Vader. I would have loved to have seen that tragedy, but I do like him being redeemed. And Jin, her character, kind of like with Finn, was kind of screwed from the marketing. Like they were setting her up as this hero, as this rebellion, but then when you get the finished product, she's just kind of brought in because her dad happens to be an Imperial scientist instead of she's a rebel warrior, you know.
Yeah, right. Well, sounds good. Marie, who you got?
So I will have to disagree with that a little bit because Jen, yes, she got pulled in because of her dad, but she became that hero. Like her character was developed to the point where she was the hero. And that speech she gives, oh my God, I used to know it by heart. And I absolutely love when she just stands up and is like, we have to fight. And Akbar is just like, I mean, not Akbar, Radis. I love Radis. I don't know why I mixed them up.
Yeah.
But Radis is just like, yep, okay, I'm with you, girl. And then, he goes out and is ready to fight. So Jyn Erso, like, I love Kylo Ren. I have a gender bent cosplay of Kylo Ren that I do, but
nice.
Jyn Erso is my girl. So totally her.
Yeah, this was kind of interesting because I have mixed thoughts on like both these characters because like Jyn, I wish they would have done more with her character. I feel like just because, or like maybe just went like maybe like a better direction. I guess they do a lot with her, but I wish they would have like gone because just the focus of the whole movie almost, but just like gone a different way. So, like even in the trailers for it, it's almost kind of laughable with they're like this is a rebellion. It's like I rebel, and like when I heard that, like I just like started laughing. I'm like really like that's the line you're gonna use. I don't know, but it's a little too on the nose, I guess, for me. But and then yeah, Kylo, yeah, I just hate that they redeemed him because it's like the whole entire time, like, well, from the first moment that I saw him, I'm like, they're gonna redeem his character, like I already predicted it, like from the very beginning. I'm like, they're gonna, and I'm like, please don't redeem him. Like the whole art of watching all the movies, I'm like, please don't redeem him, please don't. But yeah, of course they did, and like I kind of wish he would have kept the helmet on the whole entire time. Like he looks kind of like a wimp without his helmet on. I think like it just I don't know. Like
I didn't mind them removing the helmet because you do because one thing with Vader that we all got with Vader is that he must be horrible, he must be a monster in that mask. So when Kylo does take the helmet off, you're like, no, he's a normal person. He's choosing to become a monster. Yeah. That's the thing I liked with his direction from Awakens to Last Jedi. He is choosing to be like this. I didn't like the fact he gets a scar, but
but like even still, like he has his little hissy fits, and he's like just freaking out and like
he's a Skywalker man. All Skywalker men are whiny,
right?
And yeah.
I think I wouldn't have been as disappointed with him being redeemed if The Last Jedi hadn't had set that up as well as it did.
Yeah. I mean, so I don't know. Like I'm just mixed, just because like I never really had. Well, so like I would have been all into it, yeah, if they would have made him like even embrace the dark side even more. I wish they would have done more of like the Knights of Ren too. Like that was a thing that they started and never really did a lot with.
It falls. That's why the issue with the as much people say have issues with Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker, all of it is traced back to Force Awakens. JJ set up so much in the film, so for everyone to explore in later installments or maybe even comics or so, that it was just like make a solid, good track for film, and then draw people. Like I remember the marketing, the trailers, everyone talking about every small subject that's in every small promotional still. Like everything was literally like saying it's pretty much the universe. It's the Tom Cruise, the Mummy film. They're trying to shove so much into this. The difference was that this one was successful, and the other one wasn't.
Yep. Right. Yeah. So I just think that like for just a lot of those reasons, like I have a hard time like staying with Kylo Ren. Like, he's a cool character on paper, and like from the Force Awakens, he's cool, and then it kind of goes downhill for me. So I'll go with Jin actually. Yeah. Because at the end of I don't know why I'm blanking on the movie Star Wars.
Which one?
Rogue One.
No, Rogue One. I don't know why. That was a weird brain fart. I don't know why. I literally have a poster on my wall. I'm looking at the poster, like what is it? Yeah, it's late, but yeah. So like at the end of Rogue One, like I cried at the end, and then like I was with this character. I'm like, I know they're gonna die, but I wish they wouldn't, or like they, or like kind of like they had a fitting end. They really did something heroic or something, kind of like that. So yeah, but Wolf.
Yeah, so I think the biggest, and trust me, I could go on. I'm not going to go on as super long, but my despise I have for Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
That is, to me, the single worst Star Wars movie ever made, in my opinion. That movie is just awful. I cannot stand it. And part of the reason why is because of what they did with the Emperor and even bringing him back in the first place. If they would have never brought him back, we would have had Kylo as the villain, and that would have finished his arc off. But then we get this stupid bullshit of, he's trying to like save Rey in this thing, and he dies, but before he dies, let's have Rey kiss him and give him a kiss of gratitude.
Yeah, right.
That the novelization called it, by the way, a kiss of gratitude, even though they literally were like eating each other's faces off because they were making out so much. It's ridiculous, and I really did not like. And I love what they set up with Kylo Ren in the first two movies. I have to say that I thought he was honestly maybe the best character in the sequel trilogy to that point. But then just where they take him in Rise of Skywalker and where they take like a good chunk of the characters in that movie just made it like fall heavily. While Jen, she only got to have one movie. She didn't have that other movie to like ruin her character almost. So because of that, I might go with Jen because she's at least has that like she was a great solid character, great leader, and she died and there was no chance of tampering with that. It was just gave us a great character. So yeah, I'll go with Jen Erso.
Yeah, there's some characters that are just kind of fitting, like yeah, it's their time to die, and it just works. So yeah. But yeah, it'll be Jin, so it could be an upset to some people. I don't know, but we'll see. But we got Mace Windu up against Bodhi Rook.
Oh.
So yeah, this time it will be Steven first. So actually, no, you went first last time, so it'll be Ryan. So what do you got, Ryan?
Yeah, I see the fun. Unfortunately, I'm just gonna stay straight. Mace Windu. Look, I like Bodhi Rook. I love his integral part. If it wasn't for him, he would not. If he didn't get those plans to Saw Gerrera, and Galen's plan would have failed, and this Death Star would have gone through as scheduled. He's a very integral part. But if we're talking about iconic characters, I mean, it's just Mace Windu with Samuel Jackson, the purple lightsaber.
Yeah.
Even if you don't remember much about the part his character plays in the film, that alone is very iconic.
Yep, I agree. Marie, what do you say?
So I got excited when Mace Windu pulled up, but then you had to show Bodhi Rook. So
Yeah.
I used to work at a science center, a hands-on science museum with an IMAX theater, and they showed Rogue One. And when they were getting rid of the giant cardboard standee for Rogue One, they got me down to look at it and asked me if I wanted any part of it because it was modular. I totally took Bodhi Rook. So
Oh,
I
nice.
have a giant cardboard standee of Bodhi Rook because
That's
he is
awesome.
my favorite character from Rogue One. Mace Windu, oh my gosh, stinking amazing character. But Bodhi Rook has my heart. So Bodhi.
Yeah. Yeah, this one's kind of interesting because I wish Bodhi was a little more memorable to me. Like I just don't remember as much about his character, and I think that it works really well as a side character. I think that's where he shines, but I can't really see him like really leading a movie. I feel like he's just better as part of the ensemble. But Mace Windu like actually could, because I mean Samuel Jackson. I mean he's led a ton of movies, but and yeah, like a lot of people like want to see his character coming back, almost like Malcolm said, like at the end of the I think it's like season 2 of The Mandalorian where Luke comes in. Like what if it wasn't Luke? What if it was Mace Windu and he's still alive and he's the one that came back, or just whatever? Like if they have some way to like do more with the character, I think that would be awesome. But so I'm gonna go with Mace. Wolf.
Yeah, Bodhi Rook is a good character. I enjoy him, and the actor. I'm blanking. It's late. Riz
Ahmed.
Yeah. He is also a great actor. Samuel Jackson, great addition to Star Wars with Mace Windu. He's like an all timer. He is excellent, and his book that just recently came out was really good. And here's the question for you guys: do y'all ever think there is potential where we could see a Mace Windu come back? Do y'all think he did die in Revenge of the Sith or no?
I mean,
there's
I think
potential,
he did, but
I'm in the camp
I'd
that
love
he's
if he
dead.
came back.
Yeah.
I'm in the camp that he's dead, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't think they will bring him back just because Sam Jackson's getting old, but I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, dude, Ian McDermott is getting old, and they brought him back in Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
But that doesn't. So I don't think that means much when it comes to age. And I don't think they'd make that same mistake again. But I was going to say, like, if they brought back the Emperor, I wouldn't put it past them to bring back.
Bring him back again. Yeah. I don't know. Well, so which one are you voting for, Mace?
Yeah, Mace.
Okay. Steven, who you got?
I mean, it's Samuel Jackson, so I got to go with Mace Windu.
Yeah. So it'll be Mace.
Real quick, did y'all ever hear that? Like, apparently Samuel Jackson said he wanted the purple lightsaber just for the purpose of like standing out.
Yeah.
Then amongst the other Jedis, and I find it funny he said that when literally, and it's kind of, I mean, we should have more diversity in Star Wars, but like, it's kind of sad that like he says that, and he's the only black Jedi that is actually like in Star Wars,
right? Yeah.
Like as far as an actual character, and I'm like,
maybe would have stood out already.
Like you already would have stood out. You're the only one. You're the only like person of color as a Jedi. So
also, you're Sam Jackson. You just stand out everywhere.
I do like Risen Mad, but Sam Jackson. I mean, come on.
Yeah. We got General Grievous going up against Hans. Oh, that's supposed to be Chewie. Sorry, I didn't change it. It was late. Like, of course, I made Han right before Chewie, and then
I mean, hey, if you're gonna make a mistake, that's a very fitting one.
Yeah, right. So just pretend it says Chewbacca, and that's what it is. So General Grievous versus Chewbacca. Because I mentioned before that I had to rush through these graphics, but it'll be Marie first.
So Chewbacca, like, amazing character, but General Grievous is just so cool. Like, so freaking cool. His arms just like come apart, and then he has multiple arms, and he's swinging all those lightsabers, and he has that cough, and his organs are all like, it's just such a bizarre design.
Yeah.
And I love it. And when he shows up in the Clone Wars, I love that too. So
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Chewie, but I'm voting General Grievous.
Yeah, I wish I could make the little Chewie yell as good as my brother can. My brother can do it really well, but
Nice.
yeah, so it's interesting, yeah, because General Grievous is a really cool character, like really like almost frightening if you look like up close to him. Yeah, like seeing organs inside like a robot body, and just having all the lightsabers. You can spin them around, and it's like pretty menacing. But it's like Chewbacca though, like he's just like might be the most loyal character in all of Star Wars, probably. Like he has this life debt to Han Solo, and yeah, he's gonna follow him until the end, and like multiple times, like when he, well, so one time when he does die, he really freaks out. But then the first time when he's being loaded into carbonite in Return of the Jedi, like he freaks out then too. You see him, and yeah, like he's just like a really cool character to see. Like one of the like Wookiees just kind of just be along for the ride the whole entire time, and he's a really good fighter, and he has unique weapons. He's got the bowcaster and all that. So, and he's a great pilot too. Like he can fly the heck out of the Millennium Falcon. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Chewbacca. Wolf, what do you say?
Yeah. See, I liked that one point that Marie brought up, that it was that General Grievous, if we're talking about him in the Clone Wars, he's so good in that show. That makes this matchup a lot harder. But despite, again, I feel like they wasted Chewbacca in Rise of Skywalker. I have said before, like, I personally feel if it was up to me, I would have had him on that ship and Rey kill him. Because the reason why is because if she would have done that with the lightning and all that stuff, she would have been like, oh my God, I just killed one of my best friends. I have to stop this. This is like, and it would have been a deeper character moment for her. She would have understood the pain of the dark side by killing someone that she loves so much, by even if it was an accident. So I feel like they should have killed off Chewie in Rise of Skywalker. That's another big issue I have with that film.
That's a good point, because yeah, it probably would have sent her even down a path of like, who knows, like down the dark side, maybe. I don't know.
And even if she did turn good by the end, it still would have made for some great character development, because you would have seen this internal battle there, and it would have just made it stronger. But yeah, despite that controversial thing that they did there in Rise of Skywalker, I will say still Chewbacca, man. I can't go vote against the dog of Star Wars.
Yeah, and you got Papa West in the comments. He says, Han really let himself go, didn't he? Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, but Steven, you got.
Is there a character more imitated than Chewie?
Yeah, right.
Probably not.
You even have a Chewbacca mom that was like a viral thing for a while.
Yeah, and also the other reason why I'll vote for Chewie. Anybody who's ever seen South Park, the Chewbacca defense.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sounds good. Ryan, who you got?
Wow.
There you
Nice.
go. Nice. You can do it. Yeah.
That was a great one.
So yeah, I believe it'll be Chewie. Yeah. Up next, we got Qui-Gon Jinn, which I just went with the thing they had written on the graphic I pulled. Going up against Count Dooku. That would have been a battle I would have liked to see.
Yeah.
But it'll be me first this time, and yeah, this one's interesting because Christopher Lee, like he is awesome. He's like he's been in so many things. Like it's just like you look at his IMDb, it's like I think it's like 300 different projects he's been a part of, and yeah, like his character is really really cool. I wish we got to see more of him. Like I know that like somewhere out there there's either like a book or comic that like tells his backstory and stuff, but
did you ever watch the anime series on Disney Plus called Tales of the Jedi?
No.
Oh yeah.
Because that goes into a very young Count Dooku.
Ooh, yeah, that interesting. Now I have something to watch later. Yeah. And Qui-Gon Jinn is a really cool character also. Like it's like he's like one of the best masters, like a Jedi like teacher, and just like how he is just so gung ho on a young Anakin Skywalker as a kid, and of course he meets an untimely demise. But yeah, this one might be one of the harder ones for me, but I think I got to give it to Qui-Gon slightly. Like I would have even liked for him to be in more Star Wars, but it's fine. Like he was great with what he did. So, Wolf, what do you say?
This is just one of so far, as far as when I've been on this show. This is the hardest one for me because I love both these characters pretty much equally, and I just recently finished reading Master and Apprentice. Made me love Qui-Gon even more. Like this character is just so cool. Liam Neeson plays him in such a great way, and like that's one thing. Say what you will about Phantom Menace, but like you were only introduced to him in one movie, yet they made him such an interesting character that when he dies, you actually feel like heartbroken when that happens, and that's also part of like Ian McGregor's performance and how he reacts to his master dying. It's a very tender moment. Count Dooku, excellent character. One of the best villains Star Wars has ever had. In the Clone Wars, he also is awesome, and you really get to see him and his apprentice Ventress and their thing, and that is a really interesting character as well. But for this, I think I am going to lean towards Count Dooku because I just feel like, as far as what we have seen of Star Wars, I feel like we have seen more from Dooku, and I feel like we've gotten a lot more story, for whether it's, like I said, Tales of the Jedi, him very young, whether it's Clone Wars, whether it's the prequels, whatever it may be. I feel like we've gotten more from Count Dooku. So because of that, I'll give it 10.
Yeah, and one of the things I was going to point out is that, like, I remember when episode 1 came out, and they released the soundtrack before the movie. I remember getting as a kid. One of the tracks is literally called Qui-Gon's Noble End, and I'm like, what the heck? They're just going to spoil that, like in the soundtrack. So I knew that he was going to die, and I was like, what the heck? Yeah. they're kind of like a oopsie for like whoever released that. But yeah, but Steven, who you got?
This is actually not that hard for me. I think Count Dooku is a great character, a great bad guy, and he does manage to beat both Obi-Wan and Anakin at the end of Attack of the Clones, and even his lightsaber fight with Yoda, even which is such a fun scene.
Yeah,
Um,
it is.
it's ends up kind of being a draw. But that being said, Qui-Gon Jinn is quite possibly my favorite character of all Star Wars, and it's a lot of it is because of Liam Neeson. I think he's awesome, and so I'm gonna go with Qui-Gon.
Yeah, I remember being in the theater with my little brother, seeing that Yoda scene with Yoda fighting Count Dooku, and like he was only like I think like 7 or 8 years old. He was laughing so hard he couldn't breathe. I've never seen him laugh that hard before, and I totally didn't expect that. I'm like, this is really cool, and he just starts cracking up laughing, and like people are kind of giving him kind of dirty looks, like, what's wrong with this kid?
It is kind of funny.
It is kind of because he's just like an old kind of man with the cane, and then he just busts out all these moves. Yeah, but Ryan, what you got?
Well, this one's not as big of a struggle as I thought it was going to be. I'm going with Qui-Gon on this one because one thing I'm waiting for Star Wars to do. I mean, Trials of Jedi was fantastic. I like seeing more backstory on characters. But one thing I kind of wanted to see Star Wars do that it had not done in its comics is do maybe a what if scenario, and not because of the potential of Qui-Gon seeing a scenario in a world with Qui-Gon had trained Anakin, but Qui-Gon. Next to Kanan Jarrus, Qui-Gon is one of those Jedi who is the most human. The most human. He's not detached like all the other Jedi are in that council. He is someone who's tied into the people. He understands the life that he chose. When you meet a young Anakin, obviously this is a very kid. I mean, despite how people like how Anakin was portrayed on screen as a kid, you do see this is just a kid. He likes what he does, and when he sees an aspiration of wanting to become a Jedi, he takes it. But then, of course, the moment he's gone from his home, he feels alone, and he's only latching on to the people closest to him. And Qui-Gon understands that. And I love that scene when Qui-Gon is standing up for him when the Jedi Council was pretty much just judging this entire kid in front of him, using the Force, going like, oh, his future is clouded. We don't know what his future is going to be, so we can't train him. And the fact that Qui-Gon says, what he has, despite what people's feelings are midichlorians are, this kid, he can't be ignored. He's pretty much saying, you guys can't ignore this kid. And because of the fact that the Jedi, and if Qui-Gon had lived, probably would have seen Anakin develop more emotionally and grown more maturely by the time if the Clone Wars ever was going to happen, if Qui-Gon had lived. But beyond that, those what ifs, that one impression I get of Qui-Gon spoke volumes over the one impression I got of Christopher Lee's Count Dooku. So I'm going for Qui-Gon.
Yeah, sounds good. Marie, who you got?
So Qui-Gon was compassionate and caring and supportive towards Anakin, and that means the world to me. And I like that one scene in The Phantom Menace where Obi-Wan is all talking down about Anakin, and Anakin's right in front of them while he's saying all these horrible things. And then, Anakin walks up to Qui-Gon and is like, I don't want to cause any trouble. And that's so heartbreaking.
Yeah.
He's like, no one wants me here. And Qui-Gon's like, but I do. You're meant to be here. And so Qui-Gon all the way.
Yeah. It's going to be Qui-Gon Jinn. Moving on. We got Din Djarin, the Mandalorian. There we go. Going up against Fennec Shan.
Motherfucker. This is like a round 2 or round 3.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say maybe it's a little lopsided, but maybe not to you guys. So, yeah, it'll be Wolf first. So, you got.
damn, the two best characters in a show called Boba Fett going up against each other.
Right.
So yeah, this is a really tough matchup because I love both these characters a lot. And I love seeing Finnick Shan pop up in the Bad Batch too. Thought that was kind of fun when we got a little bit of her on that show. But for me, I gotta go Din Djarin. He's just so cool. He's like one of the coolest bounty hunters ever.
Yeah.
Like Mandalorians ever. Like he's so awesome. I mean, the package isn't complete without Grogu, obviously, but he and Grogu, it's like the perfect package together. It's just they're great. So Din Djarin.
Yeah, sounds good. Steven.
So Pedro Pascal played two characters?
Maybe, I don't know.
Did he?
I just looked at Din Djarin and it looked like he's played by Pedro Pascal.
That is the Mandalorian.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Din Djarin is his name.
Yeah.
Throughout the whole first season, he was simply just called the Mandalorian
because I thought he always had the helmet on. But
no, he always does. It's just what you've seen. There's rare moments where he takes it off.
Yeah.
It's a whole a lot of becoming you really have to watch just to get a grasp.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that's obviously he's the show, so I'll go with him. But I do like Ming-Na Wen a lot.
Yeah, Ryan, you said.
Well, this one's difficult. One thing I am definitely glad for regarding Feng Shan's character, I'm glad that she didn't end when we were first introduced to her. I'm glad we get to see more of her. I mean, seeing her character from her beginnings in the Bad Batch, seeing to where she is in The Mandalorian, and then her partnership with Boba Fett in Book of Boba Fett. It is good, but I just can't ignore the huge growth that Din Djarin goes throughout his role, throughout those 3 seasons of Mandalorian, and hopefully with the 4th one coming up. As I love Finnick Shan, but I am more excited to see Din Djarin's character, the adventures he's going to go on in the 4th season, because of the investment and the growth that came with his character.
Yeah.
Just by the tiniest margin, I'm giving it to Din Djarin.
Yeah. Sounds good. Marie.
So, since Book of Boba Fett is my favorite live-action Star Wars, I've got to give it to Finnick Shan.
Oh, all right. I think for me, it's like Boba Fett has Finnick Shan, and then Din Djarin kind of has Bo now, but it used to be we talked about it earlier, Cara Dune. Yeah. So I mean, I won't say it's close. It's got to be Din Djarin, but Finnick Shan is a cool character. Like I really hope that we get to see more of her character in some capacity. But yeah, I'll go with the Mandalorian. So we'll be the Mandalorian. Moving on. All right, we got Hera next up against Leia.
No!
I went with Leia because some people
the nightmare scenario.
Some people know her by General. I just went with Leia Organa. So, but it might be a tough one. So it'll be Steven first. So you got. And Herod's, of course, like one of the main characters from Star Wars Rebels.
Oh, Rebels. Okay.
Yeah.
You'll be if she's gonna be in Ahsoka, played by Mary Elizabeth Winstead.
Yeah. So you'll
that's great casting. I didn't realize that's
that is really good casting.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, I gotta go with Leia, obviously.
Yeah, it's almost kind of the obvious choice, but maybe not for everyone. I don't know. Ryan, who you got?
These are pretty much, this is a tale of two leaders, honestly.
Yeah.
It's a design battle. Hera, I mean, obviously it's unknown where her role is going to be in Ahsoka, though, but it's clear she is someone who is she's someone who fights in the battlefield. She's a leader who fights in the battle. With Leia, she's kind of like the strategist who will fight when the occasion calls for it. Man, it's really difficult here. Oh wow!
Don't. Sorry.
I don't want to start talking because I might talk myself out of who I want to pick.
Right.
Or hell,
I've done
maybe.
it before.
Yeah, I have. Damn. Damn.
Flip a coin if you have to.
Okay, I'm going to give this to Hera.
Oh.
Yeah. Sounds good. Marie, who you got?
I love Hera, but Leia is just amazing. She was the first bad A female in Star Wars, and I love little Leia in the Obi-Wan series. I think she's amazing. She's so like gung-ho and so precocious, and I just love that. So absolutely Leia.
Yeah. This one's really tough because Star Wars Rebels, it's my favorite Star Wars property like that exists, but like what makes Leia great is for me is like the music that just goes along with her from John Williams. Like I love Leia's theme. That's my favorite piece of Star Wars music. I love Leia's theme.
It's a really good theme.
Yeah, but like I don't know, like Leia is a really great leader, and like she helped bring the like hide the plans of the Death Star and all of that, but and to get Obi-Wan Kenobi kind of help him get back on his path in A New Hope, but yeah, Hera though, like she just has like so many great story arcs in Rebels, whether it's like her like learning how to fly, you get like an origin of that, get her going against Grand Admiral Thrawn, which I can't wait to see more of that in the Ahsoka series. I really hope that we get more of that, but and yeah, like I don't know, she's just like such an integral part, and like she's the pilot of the Ghost. Like she's just like a really cool character that I think has so much potential. And I wish with Leia that would have got more, because of the deleted scene that shows Leia being trained by Luke, and you like see her using the Force more and actually wielding a lightsaber and all that. And I kind of wish. I mean,
we saw that briefly in Rise of Skywalker, but
yeah, you see it briefly, yeah. But there's even deleted scenes that show more of that. But I think I got to give it to Hera, actually. Yeah. Wolf.
Yeah, another tough one.
You got the deciding vote.
Yeah. I don't like having to be the decider here. Because it's just, I don't want to let one of these two go because I love them both so much.
I know they should both be in round two.
But I guess I'm going to go with, because it technically classifies now, the greatest Disney princess of all time, Princess Leia. There we go.
Yeah. Yep. All right. We'll do Princess Leia. So then we got Rey moving against Captain Rex.
Wow.
Can we just put Rex
through?
through?
One of the characters Malcolm mentioned earlier that you
skip the
To go with
smack.
like a solo one, yeah.
I love Ray. I don't know why you're being hard on Ray.
I used to love Ray. I don't
Yeah.
anymore.
See, I'm the
Well,
opposite.
yeah, same here, kind of, but it'll be Ryan first. So you got
Okay. Just like with Hair and Lamb, speechless.
yeah. To do.
Okay.
What helps at all? I was maybe gonna add Commander Cody, but I didn't last minute. So I don't know if that influences anything, but
it wouldn't have. I mean, it would have influenced a little bit, but even then, if you had brought Cody in here, Rex, I'd still say it's the more exemplary. He's the more better example of a clone trooper.
yeah.
Not because of his longevity, but because with Rex, like with some of the clone troopers that we see, you do see his personality show. You do see that that great quote he says to Ahsoka, "Experience outranks everything," and it shows with him. I mean, sure, he's fought alongside Jedi, fought against. Was he one of the clone troopers to stand up against Krail? No, he wasn't. No, that was the ARC troopers.
Yeah.
No, but even then, Rex was one of those. He was one of the clone troopers who was strongest of wills, and seeing him pop back, I loved seeing him pop back up in Rebels. But to be honest, though, I kind of loved McGregor more than I did Rex in Rebels, because McGregor was clearly someone who was like, "Yeah, I'm fucked up. I'm gonna kill some Imperials while I'm doing this here." But Ray, damn. I was just in a Twitter discussion of somebody talking about responding to a tweet where they were saying about Ray choosing to be Skywalker, and I was in the defense of that.
I hated. Oh,
Well, I had some nitpicks, honestly, to where if the Rise of Skywalker film didn't backtrack all of Rey's story, and if they stuck with her being a nobody, it would have been more powerful. It doesn't take away her choosing to be a Skywalker, because ultimately, and then she chooses to be a force for good, and that's what she does, taking the Skywalker name. She's choosing to be a force for good. I do get that, and I do see that. My biggest problem with Rey was my biggest problem with Finn was the botched execution of her character. That's been my consistent. I know I can see moving around, Marie. You definitely, and I know, and I've watched you with Taco that you are a big defender of Rey. Trust me, I love Rey. And trust me, I'm not saying my idea for Rey would have been perfect. I'm not one of those people who's going to pitch that. It was just for what they gave to me. It was something I just couldn't eat. I couldn't eat what they were giving me of Rey. But I'm still giving my vote to Rey, because despite my inclinations, Rey, throughout that series, she was someone who wanted more for her life. She was given an opportunity, but she was held back because of family that she thought, of people that she believed were coming back for her, but were never going to, and how it affects her. It's pretty much her line. She waiting for the family that left her, or choosing the family that's in front of her. Ultimately, she chose the family that's in front of her, which is one thing I liked of The Last Jedi. After being disappointed of what Kylo did, she realized there's people who got her back. There are people who were there for her, which is why I like that scene of her lifting those boulders from the rocks in The Last Jedi. It's not only her embracing her power, but it's coming to understand she's opening the door for hope, for compassion, and for love. Which is why I liked her and Finn embracing each other. Because it's Finn, day one, when he met her, cared for her, the bond those two have. That's one thing that pissed me off, that bond wasn't strengthened much more. But, that's me about to get into The Last Jedi. So shut up now. I'm going to shut up now, because I don't want more time being wasted here. Ray got my vote.
Yeah, sounds good. Marie, who you got?
Okay, so just a couple quick things. First, I know I'm in the minority, But Rise of Skywalker is one of my absolute favorite Star Wars movies. I adore it. I have seen it so many times, and I would watch it right now. Rey, I didn't like her at first. I thought she was OP. I thought she was she didn't make sense to me. And then we find out that she's a Palpatine. And we find out that she is willing, once she learns she's a Palpatine, she goes against her blood. She goes against her family lineage, and she chooses good, and she chooses her family. I know all about chosen family, and that is a huge deal. So oh my God, her character in Rise of Skywalker, like it went from 0 to 100 for me. So Rey.
Yeah. Yeah, this one's interesting because like I haven't seen it as much of the animated series as some of you guys. I mean, I've seen all of Rebels multiple times, but for the Clone Wars, I've only seen season 1, and I've never seen the Bad Batch either. So I'm not as familiar as like some of the Captain Rex storylines, but I really like when he comes into Star Wars Rebels and he becomes kind of like the older kind of mentor guy that kind of is like mentoring them all. I think that's cool, but yeah, Rey, like I think Rey to me is the only good character in the sequel trilogy to me, besides BB-8. Like I love BB-8, but beyond that, like I mean, some of them are okay. Like I think Poe is okay and Finn is okay. They just kind of wasted those characters, but they kept Rey at the focus and a really strong female character that got to be a Jedi and train with Luke Skywalker and they have another movie apparently that's going to be continuing Rey, which I mean I kind of wish they would just like move on to something else sort of, but I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm kind of looking forward to this one. I'm hoping that Daisy Ridley gets some. I hope Daisy Ridley gets some closure with this new film.
Yeah, maybe she will, but she's an awesome character. My sister looks a lot like Daisy Ridley, so she's cosplayed as Rey all the time, and like she does the little kind of loops in her hair and all that stuff that she has, and yeah, like I think she's a really cool character. Like I even like her from the beginning when you just think that she's a nobody. She's exploring inside the crashed Star Destroyer and like just I don't know, just trying to survive, and like I almost kind of wish in some ways that they would have gone one way or the other. They would have gone with that she's a nobody and just like followed through with that, or just gone with the fact that she's a Skywalker and followed it through all the way through from the beginnings. But they kind of like split it both ways, but which I don't like it as much. But I do think Rey though is my favorite character in all the Star Wars sequels. She's awesome and she gets her due for sure. So I'll vote Rey. Yeah, but Wolf, what do you say?
I'll agree with you. Okay, I'll agree.
You might not be a fan.
I'll agree with you on one thing. When you're talking about at least the new characters, I agree. Rey is the best character in the Star Wars sequels when it comes to like the new characters that they introduced.
Yeah,
because in Force Awakens, it was very interesting. Like setup. Last Jedi, I love what they did in Last Jedi with her being a nobody, so that like you don't have to be this like special. I felt like it was very deep and poignant. Actually, it was like saying you don't have to be this like related to some major person in this franchise to actually like mean something, you know. And I thought that was a really beautiful and touching thing, was for her to just come from nobody, just to be herself. And then whenever you find out she was related to the Emperor, which was, again, bringing the Emperor into it in the first place was already dumb. But then after you having her related to the Emperor, I was like willing to give that a chance. But then they didn't go far enough with it. And I just, like I said, like if she would have killed Chewbacca, that's something that I felt like would have actually been internal inside of her, and that would have been like this. I really needed a lot more confliction because she's the Emperor's granddaughter, Like I would have really liked that. I felt like they didn't make because the dark side is extremely, we've seen before, the dark side is extremely tempting. That's why a lot of people go to the dark side, and you just see like the different, and to be able to have a contrast between the two different sides there of light and dark, and just seeing them really clash head to head. I would have liked to see that explored on a deeper level, and I felt like we didn't get that with her. And then I mean, and then I guess her saying, "I'm Rey Skywalker." Like, I get that she's trying to live into the being a good somebody, but like, why does she have to be a Skywalker? Why can't she just be Rey? Why does she feel like she has to be related to why can't she just be herself? Why can't she be the hero? Why does it have to be Rey Skywalker? Like, why does she have to feel like she has to carry on the Skywalker name? To me, I want her to be her own hero. Why does she have to do that? Like, I personally don't get it. So for me, I feel like they did kind of botch her in that last film. But Captain Rex has been consistent. He was excellent. In all the Clone Wars, he's one of my absolute favorite characters. I have even like dressed up as Rex for Halloween I love Rex so much. And he was even great for his quick cameo in Return of the Jedi. So yeah. But because he's one of the rebels in Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
So yeah. But Captain Rex is awesome, and so I am gonna give it to Captain Rex.
Yeah, well, so apparently there's not going to be a movie. It's going to be a trilogy, is what I'm seeing here for Rey, and they must have a really good script, because like for them to be bringing back this character, for her to actually want to do it, because from what I'm seeing, it's one of the writers of Peaky Blinders, which that was a great show. Like I actually love Peaky Blinders, and then they have a Bollywood director coming in as a director. I've never heard of her, but it's a female director, I guess. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. Cool. But anyway, Steven, who you got here?
It's funny. Despite my complaints, I do actually really enjoy Rise of Skywalker. I think if you look at it as part of the trilogy, it doesn't really fit in. But if you look at it as its own individual movie, I thought it was a very entertaining movie. And I think Rey is a great character, so I'm going to go with Rey.
Yeah, so it'll be Rey.
And I want y'all to know, like, I'm a big Star Wars fan, so don't make it sound like I'm like hating Star Wars when I say I hate Rise of Skywalker. I love Star Wars, and that's why I hate Rise of Skywalker. It's because I love Star Wars so much, and just the decisions that they made in that movie irritated me. So
no, the people who hate Star Wars the most are Star Wars fans. So it's like, I mean, that's just the way it is.
Every fandom has their fans that hates its product more than they do.
Product.
I mean,
exactly,
at this point, I've learned every fandom has fans that just hates it, even though they say they love it.
Yeah,
right. Like, I'm a big Spider-Man fan, and I think every single like set of Spider-Man iterations has one bad one that I don't like. So, I mean,
yeah, I think each Spider-Man iteration has one bad film. Honestly,
yeah, right, yeah, I would agree. Yeah. But moving on to the next one, we got Moff Gideon. Against BB-8. So this time it'll be Marie first. So what do you got?
Okay. BB-8, awesome. But Moff Gideon, I will say, one thing I was frustrated with Mandalorian season 3 was the direction they took it with the cloning. because I thought it was going to connect to Rise of Skywalker and be about cloning Palpatine, but it wasn't. So that was a bummer. So Moff Gideon like started out being this character that was just, I mean, he's terrifying, and he's still terrifying even at the end, but although it didn't go the way I wish it had, I'm gonna go with Moff Gideon.
Yeah, this one's kind of interesting because I don't know, like it's BB-8 might be my favorite droid in all of Star Wars. I think I got my little pop figure one here, right there. But and like it's a pretty close call between R2 and BB-8, and like they're almost on par. That was kind of me and my ex-wife. That was kind of our thing. She was R2, and then I was BB-8, and we get like shirts and stuff that represent each one. Like I have one that's BB-8 dressed up as the Fonz. I'm happy to, and it's BB-8. So yeah, that's pretty cool. But and Moff Gideon, I just kind of don't really buy him as like this really menacing villain, like because Giancarlo Esposito was a way more menacing villain in Breaking Bad. Like he was way scarier, and then here you kind of see more like humanity almost to him, and maybe that's kind of the point of some of it. I'm not really sure, but like I just don't really feel like that terrified by him. Where other Star Wars villains, there's at least 4 or 5 other ones where I really feel scared and like terrified, like if I were to ever come face to face with them. But like Moff Gideon, I don't know if I would. I don't know, but I mean, not to say that he's not powerful and like someone that can really hold his own, but still, like I think I got to give it to BB-8, like or 8. I just think that that he's a really cool little droid, and that's one of the other cool things that the sequels gave us, because I'm not a huge fan of the Star Wars sequels, but they gave us BB-8, and that droid is awesome. So, but Wolf?
Yeah, after seeing that BB-8 Funko Pop, I got a quote Moff Gideon say, "You have something I want." No,
yeah, right. Yeah.
These are both really good characters. Moff Gideon, I've actually met Giancarlo Esposito. I have pictures on my Facebook. I met him.
That's right.
I met him at a Comic-Con event.
Awesome.
He signed my my Breaking Bad shirt, which is fun. But
awesome.
But yeah, I got to meet him. I went to a Q&A too at that convention where he was speaking, and yeah, it was. He's such a great dude, such a nice man. But his Moff Gideon, like the thing is he plays such a great villain, and I understand it, but like I'm almost kind of getting tired of Giancarlo Esposito being typecasted as like the villain, because I feel like he's such an interesting actor. He's such a good actor. I feel like he can do more.
He has done more. It's just I think after Breaking Bad, he was thrown into that role.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's
He
like
did it so well.
it seems like in all of his most recent roles are just like villain roles, and it's like as of late, and you know, because people are all saying like, "Oh, Giancarlo Esposito for Professor X," and while that would be amazing, don't get me wrong, or for Magneto, while that would be amazing, I'm saying to myself, I want him as Professor X, because I think that would be a different kind of thing for like us who are used to seeing him as a villain lately to tackle someone like Professor X. I think that'd be interesting. But
I liked him in the Maze Runner, the Scorched Trials. He played a good guy that he's like helping the guys out and that.
That's true. That one he did.
That's one, yeah.
One of the few, but yeah, in the Q&A, he said like they asked him like why do you like play so many villains? He's like, because it's just fun. I was like, being a villain is just more fun. And I was like,
that, and he's probably paid well for it.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Sure.
Is a factor, yeah.
But yeah, there's some sort of like a innocence, almost like a childhood innocence behind both R2D2 and BB-8. Like there's just something there where it's like they're like that those kids that are like rambunctious and they will get into trouble, but then at the same time it's like they have that level of just cuteness and innocence to them that no matter how much trouble they get in, you automatically just forgive them just for that alone. So
Yeah.
So for me, I think I am going to lean BB-8 here. I just think it's a great droid, but honestly, at least I can't play with him. I think he kind of sucks in Battlefront 2. That's just me. I love BB-8, but I try to play as him, and I'm like dead instantaneously. I can't do anything as BB-8 when I play Battlefront.
Yeah, right. Well, hopefully we can get a good droid matchup. Come on, let's go. But Steven, what do you got?
Even though I haven't seen The Mandalorian, I'm gonna go with Moff Gideon because A, I do love Giancarlo Esposito, and two, BB-8 never really did anything for me.
Yeah, we did a lot for the sequel trilogy for those characters. But Ryan, who you got?
Going for my vote's the Moff Gideon. I understand people. I understand people's proclivity towards this character, maybe especially in season 3. But in all honesty, it kind of makes it. Well, it kind of makes sense, but it also feels like it's been a sole drive of his character, especially from his introduction in season 1. He immediately kills an entire room of Imperials along with his contact just because he didn't have the child with him. And then he spins that monologue he makes. That's 100% a man who is self-centered and egotistical. So of course, season 3, many people didn't like the twist that the clones were his. I think it makes a lot more sense, especially the fact that he said in season. I mean, of course, that was a mystery box that personally, to me, I didn't think was ever needed to be addressed, but they addressed it, and I actually kind of like the fact they tie it off, because then now in season 4, since it's going back to how season 1 was just missed one-off adventures involving Grogu and Din. This does feel to me that they're getting rid of they're tying up the larger narrative that they were setting up in those 2 seasons, or at least the larger that was within those 2 seasons, and now they're going like, okay, we're gonna get back to basics here. But even then, throughout the first season, Mandalorian, Din Djarin was pretty much just a lone wolf who was pretty much a gunslinger, taking down almost every challenge ahead of him. He really had nobody that really stacked the deck against him until Moff Gideon came in, and the fact that he was so imposing and so terrifying that even when you saw glimpses of him in season 2, it still got people interested in wondering, what is he going to do? And then you get to the tragedy where he makes his move. That episode, along with the rescue, are like, those are like back to back. I mean, sure, you have the episode in between with Bill Burr, but even then, the fact that once Moff Gideon makes his move, he not only stacks the deck even higher for Din, but he does it in a way to where Din has to do it without his own resources. If people saw the episode, y'all know what I'm talking about. If you didn't, I'm trying to be as vague as possible. So when he does pop back in season 3 again, I'm like, okay, they're finally going to tie this whole thing together. And he felt to me like a good villain for those 3 seasons. So I'm going to lean to Gideon. BB-8 is great, though. But once again, The Force Awakens, as many people had, I mean, honestly, I remember the criticism towards The Force Awakens when it first came out. It was just a 2.0 version of A New Hope. And while I see it as a joke, in hindsight and rewatching it, it makes even more sense because, what was it, Steven, you said BB-8 didn't do much? Yeah, if you look back at him, outside of taking down guards or helping Poe, he doesn't do anything integral in the plot. Not against BB-8. Nothing against BB-8. But it was clear he was created as a toy, and one hell of a good toy, I will say.
Well,
Yeah.
what I said was he didn't do much for me.
Oh, for you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I heard. I guess it cut out on me. But even then, he's great. A great character for levity, like a droid with personality. I loved it. It was just compared with putting him against Moff Gideon. Gideon really was somebody who was a large, overwhelming shadow that it took. It took Mandalorian. It took Din teaming up with other Mandalorians and Fennec Shan just to take him down. But even then, it took the return of Luke Skywalker to really put the fear in Moff Gideon.
Yeah. Well, Ryan, you were the deciding vote, so it'll be Moff Gideon. Right. We just got a few more matchups left, and then we'll fly. The next round will be a speed round. And we'll fly
Oh no! Oh
Armor
no!
up against Wedge Antilles.
Oh.
So, yeah, these are interesting matchups. The way that the randomizer goes. So, and it'll be me first this time, and yeah, they're both kind of characters that are just like they're really cool when they show up, and they do that what they're there for well, but they're not really like a main focus. They're kind of like in the, just here and there, you know, and like just hard because like I spent so much more time with Wedge. Like I just feel like he was through the original trilogy and even more so like and like the armor is cool and kind of like leads all the Mandalorians in some ways with like the Mandalorian code, like this is the way, and like knows all the like the exact way that the code that they're supposed to live their life by, and like she builds like cool armor and stuff. I think that's really cool. But like Wedge is just a fun character, and I always root for him whenever he pops up. Like he's I don't know, I'm always happy to see him pop up. So just because, and also I'm not that attached to the armor yet. Maybe when we see more of her, I'll be more attached to the character. But for right now, I'll go Wedge. Wolf, what do you say?
So the armor is a really cool character, right? But like she also kind of sucks. Like so this is what I mean by it. Like she's a really cool character. I'm intrigued by her. I'm interested in her. But it's like, girl, you are like she is so stuck up. Like for real.
Yeah.
Like get control yourself. Oh my goodness. Like he couldn't help it. Like there were literally the time that like he had to with Bill Burr's character, whenever they had snuck into that place, he literally had to reveal his face for that. Like there's certain times when he's had to reveal his face and she's like, you've broken the code. You are no longer Mandalorian. I'm like, woman, can you calm down? Like, please. Like, he's he still is living by the code. He just has to make these exceptions. And it's just, it can be such a pain sometimes to watch. But Wedge, I never had that with. Wedge is just a great pilot, maybe arguably the greatest pilot in the entire Star Wars galaxy. And so, yeah, I because of that, I'm gonna have to go Wedge. So
He's just like I like to see the stats on like how many space battles Wedge has actually survived. It's been a lot. So yeah.
But didn't I look it up recently that like that actor is related to Ian McGregor? I think I did.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Maybe so, yeah. That's cool. Nice. Steven, who you got?
God, I wish I had more time to look up Wedge Antilles, because even though I obviously seen the movies, he doesn't look familiar to me.
Yeah, he's just like a pilot. I think he's friends with. Is he friends with Luke or like what is it? Like his backstory. Like I don't know, but I just know that he's a rebel pilot. That's a really great pilot.
Well, I'll go with him since I haven't seen The Mandalorian.
Yeah, that's fair. Ryan, if you're there, maybe he stepped away for a minute, but we can go to Marie for a minute till Ryan comes back.
So I agree with everything Wolf said about the armor. She needs to chill out just for a minute. Like, breathe,
Yeah.
lady, breathe.
Well,
But Wedge Antilles, he has some great stories in the books. Also, like, he gets with Snap Wexley's mom. They're a couple.
oh wow.
So that's pretty cool. The Aftermath trilogy again. And then in Resistance Reborn, I think is the name of the book. He's in that one as well, as kind of coming in and getting together this group of old pilots. So I really like Wedge Antilles' stories outside of the movies. And then when he shows up in Rise of Skywalker, I think it's super cool. But yeah, the armor just needs to chill out. So Wedge Antilles.
Yeah, I think maybe like near the end of season 3, she does chill out a little bit because she
Yeah.
realizes the like Bo it can be like the bridge between like the humans and the Mandalorians and like that you actually can take your helmet off once in a while. It's not the end of the world, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Ryan, we'll go to you. What do you think of here?
I do like the armor as a as a great addition of a character, but I'm giving it to Wedge because he's not just one of the rebels that survives, but he's next to Skywalker. I'd say he's one of the more consistent and competent pilots in the Rebel Alliance.
Yeah.
You learn of his backstory in Rebels of him being an Imperial pilot, but it's changed his sides for morality because of a conscious choice. And from then on, from there, he's been in the fight for the longest time. I like the fact that he survives the Battle of Yavin, and he continues on moving forward. I just like the fact that this is one character. He's just here to do a job, and he's here to fight for the good fight.
Yeah. Like you literally see him. Yeah, you literally see him when he's young to all the way till he's an old man with gray hair. You know, he survives all that time. So yeah, but yeah. So it'll be Wedge. We got Zeb, which I wanted to show both because he does appear. I think is it season 3 of The Mandalorian?
Yeah, season 3 episode 5 of Mandalorian.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So and then General Hux.
Oh.
Yeah. And I think we're back to Wolf. So you're first. What do you got?
Oof. Okay, so we've got my my twin brother versus
right.
Zeb. Oof. Okay. So yeah, General Hux again was, I don't know. I feel like out of all the characters in the sequel trilogy, I feel like he had potential, but I feel like he was kind of the most wasted. Maybe like in the sense of just like he was just another one of like I feel like they could have done so much more with him. Like he just was kind of there to be the second man of behind Kylo or something like that. It was he didn't really do a lot in the movies, and it's unfortunate because Domhnall Gleeson is a great actor. But and I will say I liked what they were like the little redemption thing they were going with in Rise of Skywalker. I will say that, but that was short lived. And Zeb, though, yeah, Zeb is he's a great character. He's an iconic character from Rebels, and just this is a cakewalk, honestly. For me, it's easily Zeb. So,
yeah. Steven, who you got?
I'm gonna give it. I mean, because the one I've seen, and that's General Hux. I always got a kick out of him, and even when he he's found out to be the traitor. I thought that didn't really make much sense at first, but he does kind of hate Kylo Ren. So I thought that was funny.
Yeah. Sounds good. Ryan, who you got?
I'm gonna keep this short. My vote's gonna go to Zeb. I mean, for the simplicity of Zeb Bareilles is one of the few. He's one of the crew members of the Ghost who really exemplifies loyalty to his family and to his crew. Hux, I mean, as a character, he's someone you imagine as someone who's part of the First Order or someone of who would be part of the Imperial. You know, he's only loyal to himself and to the cause. I mean, to his own advancement and goals, which is like great opposites here. But I mean, coming down with it, Hux unfortunately just deteriorates over his through each film. While Zeb, on the other hand, his character improves more over every time he's on Rebels. You see him get closer. You see him grow a close bond with Ezra. You see him being one of the main reasons why Agent Kallus turns from the Empire and joins the Rebellion. He even gets closure for his race as well, helping them find a new home to live in to get them away from the Empire. And even then, they have a nice end cap epilogue to show that not only is his race alive, but they're thriving, and brings Kallus to join them. That's actually one moment in Rebels that actually teared me up. Seeing Kallus, someone you didn't expect to get this kind of redemption.
So I almost added him to this, but last minute I didn't.
Well, otherwise, my vote's going to Zeb.
All right, awesome. Marie, what you got?
So Hux is a confusing character the way he's written. Like in Force Awakens, he's freaking terrifying. And then in The Last Jedi, he becomes a joke. And then in Rise of Skywalker, he's just kind of a doormat. And so I'm like, what I like, his character arc is very weird, and it's just like, what do we want to do with Hux? So I don't really understand that the direction his character went. But in Force Awakens, scary man. But
his speech that he does is like, it gets kind of every time.
Like Hitler, like in the first one, almost like a Nazi or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty much, yeah. But then he's a punching bag of a Nazi, which I get. You know, you won't want this character to be too terrifying because you got those other two that you have of Snoke and Ren, but
yeah.
So
he became a lightning rod.
Zeb, though, is just, although he plays pranks all the time with Ezra, he has such a big heart. In that one episode on the moon, that icy moon with Kallus,
that's one of the best.
So, like, he's so compassionate, and I everything that Ryan said about Zeb, like, yes, Zeb.
Yeah, well, you guys, especially Ryan, he took the words right out of my mouth about Zeb. Just like his arc where like when you see, even from like the first episode, you see him like he doesn't like Ezra, he doesn't want him to be there, they don't get along, and then eventually they like end up being best friends, and like they go through a lot together, and he really like has a lot of compassion for him. And then like some of those story arcs where like Zeb thinks he's the last of his kind, and he blames a lot of it on the Empire, and then he finds out that actually no, there are more of his kind, and they're holding him hostage, and so that's why he holds a lot of animosity toward Agent Kallus. I really like his character. I should have added him to this, but I just didn't. But because he would have been a cool character to have. But yeah, that like icy moon episode where they have to work together or they're literally gonna die. It's a really cool episode, and yeah, like I can't wait to see more, and I hope we get to see more of Zeb actually in live action doing some stuff like some hijinks or like I don't know, or like just like even like half of what he did in Star Wars Rebels. And then General Hux is like, yeah, like he's really terrifying in the Force Awakens, and then like he just becomes like a doormat. Like he becomes kind of like Kylo Ren's bitch, sort of. like he just slaps him around and just just treats him like total crap. And then in The Rise of Skywalker, he's like kind of helping out the rebels. You give him secret things. I mean, like a secret guy that's helping them out. So to go from like such a like menacing evil character to that, it's kind of like, it's a little confusing on the right of his character. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Zeb. Yeah, pretty easy. So it'll be Zeb. Moving on. Let's see. We have just a couple more left. We got Lando against Yoda.
Motherfucker!
Which for a minute I had a mini panic attack. I thought I forgot to put Yoda on this. I'm like double checking everything. Oh, good, he's there. All right, good. That would have been a major omission. But
I'm starting to worry that we could end up getting in the first round Obi-Wan versus Han Solo.
Oh,
yeah, we might.
Oh God,
that happens. Matches, so
I did not want to think about that. Oh.
Yeah, but
I swear, if you jinx this, man, I'm going to...
Yeah, well, it'll be Steven first. You're up first, so who got here?
Yeah, I gotta go with Yoda. Lando's cool, but I mean Yoda is obviously the more important character. So
yeah, Ryan, you got.
Yeah, this one is definitely difficult. These are two definitely important characters on different scales, unfortunately. Well, in the grand scale, when it comes to the Force, Yoda is an important one. But then you see Lando, he's he's a smuggler. He also is a gambler. So when it comes to the criminal underworld, he's also relatively no name. Especially, I love of course, a huge positive of Solo is Donald Glover's performance of Lando, how he truly portrays him. And even then, of course, with Billy D. Williams, he does a great job. The introduction of Lando is kind of interesting. How Han knows Lando. He's supposed to be like him, a smuggler, a scoundrel, someone who is on the wrong side of everything. But then when you meet Lando, he's turned a corner. He's in charge of a facility on a planet, and he's responsible of administrating and safeguarding the lives of so many people on Cloud City and Bespin. That, of course, the one thing with Lando, everyone in the Star Wars fandom had held a grudge over was he betrayed Han. He turned Han over to the Empire. And I don't get, even as a kid, I never understood why people hate him that much, especially when you look at the fact that he's in charge of hundreds and thousands of lives. He can't trade all of them just for a friend of his who we all know he might have ended things on bad terms with. So it's one of those things where there's not a lot of context that we know of Lando's decision to where everyone just made a gut instinct against him. But beyond all that, I mean, with Yoda, you do see the oldest of the Jedi Council when we meet him, the wisest, and I would say arguably the most powerful one on the council before Anakin grew into his power. But even then, Yoda still outranked Anakin on experience.
Yep.
But I guess coming down to it, man, I wish this wasn't round one. I really wish this wasn't round one.
I know, right?
Pressing on time here, I'm going to go with Yoda because I remember in the trailer seeing Yoda pull out that lightsaber and then immediately starts flipping. As a little kid, I marked the fuck out of that moment. And it's still, and that moment still slaps it still hits hard with me when I watch that in Attack of the Clones. I don't care if people say, "Oh, he's this old." Okay, one, look at his size. Two, he's powerful in the Force. You don't think for one second he's using the Force to make him move that fast? It's like some people are trying to logic this when we go, "This is space wizards in space."
Sci-fi fantasy. Exactly young himself.
Logic left the fucking window the moment you saw lightsabers and people choking with their minds. So
Yeah, right. Yep.
well, all that out the way, Yoda is my pick.
All right. Marie, who you got?
So, like I have done with many of these other characters, although, so thinking about the books and comics and all that, Yoda has some great High Republic stories, but Lando's stories in like Last Shot, the adult novel, and Shadows of the Sith, the adult novel, they were both so good. And Lando is just, he's a really dynamic character. And I love how he's so charismatic, but like, he still really cares for people. And I just think he's great. So I'm going with Lando. Plus, he wears
Yeah,
capes just because he thinks they look cool.
yeah, right. That's awesome. Yeah, yeah, he's definitely one of the like best dressed people in Star Wars. Yeah, but and this matchup kind of makes me sad because I think both of these two should be in round two. So it's just sad one of them can't be. And yeah, Lando's a really awesome character. I mean, technically, doesn't the Millennium Falcon belong to him, or is it?
Yeah,
Yeah. So
originally.
yeah, so yeah, and that's one reason why I like Return of the Jedi so much. You just see him out piloting the Millennium Falcon and having a cool space battle and stuff, and then also yeah, with the Solo movie, I thought the best part of it was Donald Glover playing Lando, and I wouldn't mind seeing a spin-off movie, just a Lando movie with Donald Glover. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I think that could work. But and yeah, like Billy D. Williams, he's awesome. Like Colt 45, like he's the guy that did that back in the day. When I looked at this picture, I almost thought that he had a brown paper bag in his hand. I was hoping it was a Colt 45. That would have been awesome, but but just part of his cape. But then Yoda though, like Yoda's just so iconic, and like the way that they talks and kind of like riddles and like reverse like language and like and then like he just has so much wisdom about like anger leads to hate and hate leads to suffering, and that's the path to the dark side, and like that's really true in like life, like you can apply that to yourself, and like it actually works like outside of Star Wars, and it makes sense, and like he just seems like one of those characters that just has so much wisdom, like almost like the Oracle from the Matrix, like from that movie, like he's the kind of the like one that's high in wisdom, but he can actually fight really good, and yeah, and like the training stuff with Luke's really awesome too. There's just so many great things to Yoda that it's hard not to vote for him. So I got to go Yoda. But Wolf, what do you say?
Oh yeah, so this is the hardest one so far.
Yeah,
I love both these characters a lot. Like Mario was saying, like as far as comics go, like books go, like Lando has some of the best out there. Like they're excellent. When it comes to the movies, there's always one thing I always found interesting. It's like Han just immediately forgives Lando for like practically betraying him, because they never really like have a talk in Return of the Jedi, or they never really like bring it up again. It's just like, oh, okay, well, they're just
yeah,
going. I guess they're just letting bygones be bygones and just going on to do these adventures together. But Yoda is, and I will say I loved seeing even though again they didn't do a lot with this character, and I would have liked him in Force Awakens because I wanted to see all of them together again. Like I want to see like Leia, Lando, Han, all that. But I'm just glad at least we got him in the sequel trilogy. that was great to see him come back in there. And Yoda, I mean, come on. It's Yoda. Like, he's literally that, like, he's the grandpa that you love, like the grandpa of Star Wars. That's what he is. He's that wise old grandpa that's like teaching you the ways of how to live and like the ways of the Force and such. And it's just he's
like the Mr. Miyagi of Star Wars, basically.
Yeah, he's a very interesting character because he's so powerful, but at the same time, he's also like kind of vulnerable, like in the sense of like you'd think with the power that he had, he would have been more prepared for Order 66. But when Order 66 comes and you just see him drop on his knees and he's just in like absolute pain because now he's seeing it, like all of just what he is cared about just dying. It's just so heartbreaking, and so it's very interesting that they gave him a little bit more of like a human aspect in that sense. That like Yoda can fail, and I like that. And I also love too seeing him pop up in The Last Jedi. I thought that like that scene in particular, him coming back to
Force Ghost,
to talk to Luke again, like that was a very, very powerful scene. And I'm curious to get your thoughts though, because initially it was supposed to be Anakin that came back in Force Ghost to talk to Luke in that scene, and then they ended up switching it to Yoda. I wonder if you guys would y'all have preferred Anakin, or did y'all like it sticking with Yoda?
I would have preferred Anakin, but
I'm fine with it being Yoda.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it would have made more sense too. I feel like Anakin would have been more okay with like burning the Jedi text than Yoda would have. Like, I feel like he just straight up.
But it also, to me, it feels more like this is Yoda who finally comes to understand and gets it. Like, the fact that it fell because he was so adherent to the Jedi code.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that it's all gone. He realizes that they dedicated a millennium, their whole lives, generations to words on a page instead of realizing that it's the lessons that should be important, not the text itself. Yeah. And also it was something to shake Luke out of his whole thing, because as much as Anakin would have been important for Luke, but Yoda was the one. It ties back to the connection they have in the original trilogy with Yoda and Luke.
True.
In Return of the Jedi, who does Luke? Luke goes back to fulfill a promise he made from Empire. And it's through Yoda that he gets confirmation that that Vader is his father.
Yeah, that is true.
Mm-hmm. So because of all of that and just the way that you beautifully sum that up, I will have to definitely say Yoda.
Yeah. Well, Steven, who you got?
Oh, I went first.
Oh yeah, you went first. So it'll be Yoda. That's right. Okay.
Yo.
Cool. Yeah. All right, there we go.
Oh,
we
no.
won it.
Oh no!
Who's it gonna be? Let's see.
No.
No.
Nope, that's not.
Oh, okay. I can live with that.
Yeah, which is like one of my ex's favorite characters, K2SO, but it'll be Ryan first. So you go.
I mean, I like K2SO, and I like Attitude's portrayal of this droid, of this reprogrammed K2 droid. But it's freaking Obi-Wan Kenobi. But not just that, but beyond that, it's the great portrayals that's been made of this character through Alec Guinness and through Ewan McGregor. And the funny thing is that yesterday I was listening to a video essay on how Obi-Wan is, when it comes to the idea of failure, Obi-Wan is the epitome of the perfect Jedi. who still failed. And the video essay brought down some great points that during the time before the fall of the Jedi, Obi-Wan was seen as the ideal Jedi who followed the code, who was level-headed, that always looked at things from an objective standpoint, compared to Anakin, who was more emotional and full of intuition. And the fact that Obi-Wan fails, I mean, like, so much was put on this guy's shoulders. Like, once he became when Qui-Gon dies, and he's still a Padawan, and Qui-Gon asks him as a last request for him to train Anakin. Those words to put on some as a young man, I think canonically he was in his 20s, but even then he was still learning. Obi-Wan clearly was not ready to shoulder the responsibility of another human being, because he pretty much hadn't yet, stood on his own 2 feet. But beyond that, Obi-Wan is still a great character because because of the way that he's portrayed, shows some great poise. In danger, stays calm and level-headed. Much more iconic over K2, and that's my vote.
Yeah. Marie, who you got?
Well, I love Obi-Wan. I'm a prequel girl, so I, of course, love Ewan McGregor's Obi-Wan. But Obi-Wan's not really that great a person sometimes. Like, he left Anakin, Darth Vader, at the brink of death twice. He didn't compassionately kill him twice. Like, that is so messed up. To be like, I'm going to leave you there cringing in pain because I selfishly don't want to deal with being the one to kill you. Like, whoa, dude. Like,
Yeah.
if you were truly living the, I mean, I know killing is bad, but if you're living the code of the Jedi, it's probably a better idea to kill someone compassionately if they're at the brink of death than to just leave them in pain. So, like, and he knew Vader was bad. He knew what was going to happen, and he just was like, oh well, I selfishly don't want to feel bad about killing him. So, oh my gosh, Obi-Wan, so many issues with you, but I love you dearly. But K2SO, already said Rogue One is my favorite Star Wars movie. When K2SO died, that was heartbreaking.
That
Truly
is, yeah.
heartbreaking. So yeah, K2SO is my vote.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of like some of that logic because, yeah, it's interesting. Like, K2SO is a really fun character. Like, he has some funny lines. Like, the captain says, "You're a friend. I will not kill you," or like, "Congratulations, you are being rescued," or like just funny lines that
Yeah.
but you do almost see like almost little bits of humanity within the character, kind of like how he's helping him out and almost being like a friend to them. But and Alan Tudyk's great with the voice. Like, I've met Alan Tudyk multiple times, and he's awesome. But yeah, Obi-Wan Kenobi though, that's just like one of the like all-time great characters, because like I kind of like him because he's not this perfect kind of like, I don't know, like do it like exactly what you would expect him to do all the time. Like he kind of runs away into hiding after Order 66, and like he doesn't want to come back. He doesn't want to help Luke. He doesn't want to help like any of these characters. Leia. He doesn't want to help any of them. And but he ends up doing it because he eventually finds it within himself that it's the right thing to do. But like, even though it may not be exactly what he wants to do, and like he probably feels like awful for some of the decisions that he made with Anakin. He felt like a failure, and he felt like he shouldn't be a Jedi anymore, and like he's lost all connection with the Force, but he finds a way to regain it back, and so it's like it's just a really cool arc that he goes through, and he had to watch his master be like killed right in front of him, and like kind of feel helpless, like there wasn't a lot of that he could do to really save him, and so yeah, like I think it's a pretty cool arc. So I'll go Obi-Wan Kenobi. Wolf, what do you say here?
Well, first off, I'm probably gonna have to go after this because I have to wake up early tomorrow for work. But
Sure, yeah.
but
No worries.
but I wanted to be on for the Obi-Wan match because Obi-Wan Kenobi is my number one favorite character in Star Wars. I think he is just excellent. Yeah, he is not perfect at all. He has, but I feel like he's almost like I want to argue he's almost one of the most human characters in all of Star Wars, just because I feel like he makes very realistic decisions, and I feel like that can be why we look at it and say like he's not a great guy, because he makes very realistic kind of choices. And I find it very interesting that Luke Skywalker went down the same path as Obi-Wan Kenobi did. I just realized that because, like, if you look at, the show Kenobi, he was in hiding. He didn't really want anything to do with it anymore. He just, and now it's like Luke Skywalker kind of went down that same path in The Last Jedi. He was in hiding. He was refusing to help Rey at first and all that. And it's just, so I find that kind of interesting that like the mentor of Luke eventually became Luke. It's like kind of interesting, but yeah, it's he's just an absolute amazing character, and just from everything, from the movies, Clone Wars, books, just everything. K2SO is also an excellent character, but I'm a C3PO guy, so he's like he's like the ultimate droid for me. So
we agree on something.
I wonder if we're ever gonna get like more Obi-Wan Kenobi, like a season 2 or something. I don't know.
I hope not.
Who knows?
I love Obi-Wan Kenobi, and that's the reason why I have issues with that Obi-Wan Kenobi show. Like, I
feel like could do more. I don't know. But
it should have been a movie. Watching it, I'm like, it should have been.
Well, originally it was supposed to be a movie.
Yeah.
I'm conflicted whether I want more though. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. But because of that, I'll give my vote to Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah. Well,
that front, I will bid you all farewell.
All right. Do you have anything you want to plug real quick or anything?
Yeah. So my YouTube channel, Mega Movies. That's with a Z. You can find it on YouTube. We do several different shows on there, like reviews. Right now, we're doing the Mission Impossible review series, leading up to the new Mission Impossible movie coming out. We used to have a Star Wars show on there, but my co-host got really busy, and I'm looking for a new kind of co-host to bring that show back at one point. And so we like to do a lot of those kind of themed shows. And then also Austin, who's on the channel, he comes on every month for a drinking game that we do, to where we'll watch a bad movie and we'll like drink to it. And so like
they did the one on the Star Wars holiday special.
Yeah,
they did the drinking game.
That was a full goodness gracious. And then this next one is going to be The Room, because it just turned 20 years old, so that'll be a fun one.
Yeah, get your plastic spoons ready.
Oh yeah, I missed that.
The Room. I thought I heard The Ring. I'm like,
yeah.
If it was the most recent Ring movie, like Rings.
That's a bad movie to watch.
Because that was bad. But yeah, just so there's a lot of cool stuff coming up on there soon, and also at the end of the month, we are doing our, top 10 of 2023 so far, stuff like that. So that'll be pretty fun. So yeah,
Nice.
a lot of cool stuff coming up. Y'all can look forward to.
Cool. Well, thanks for jumping on with us, Wolf. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
See if we can make it through the rest of this without any ties. We'll see.
Yeah, I'll see, but
We'll try.
I will definitely tune back in tomorrow and see who won, though. So
yeah, for sure. So all right. Thanks, man.
See ya.
Yeah. See ya. But we'll throw it to Steven. What do you think here about this matchup?
Yeah, it's pretty easily Obi-Wan. Even though I did think Ewan McGregor was kind of wooden in the Phantom Menace, but I think that's mostly because he was probably not used to working with a lot of green screen. Because then Attack of the Clones comes out, and he's actually very relaxed and excellent in that.
Yeah, it's true. All right, so you're going Obi-Wan? All right, then it'll be Obi-Wan, and I think maybe two more matchups. R2-D2, some add, and we got Grand Admiral Thrawn. Yeah, so this time it will be Marie first. So
Okay.
who you got?
So R2-D2, fab, but C-3PO is my guy. And Grand Admiral Thrawn, like the Thrawn trilogy, is
the greatest thing ever. Yeah,
the way he thinks through people's culture and their art and their history and the way his brain works is just so cool. I love the way Timothy Zahn put that together. And I mean, it's great to watch it play out in Rebels. And I'm excited to see where it goes in the Ahsoka TV show. So I'm actually going to vote for Thrawn.
Yeah, this matchup for me, it's like I have so much love for R2-D2, but like at the same time, Grand Admiral Thrawn, because I've read the Thrawn trilogy. I actually listened to the audiobook of it, which is cool because they like do all the voices and they got music and sound effects and stuff. So that's a cool way to listen to it. But and yeah, Grand Admiral Thrawn is like a great villain. Just the way that he like just so calculating and like he just isn't just he's not the person just run in and just like shoot head first and just like go running into battle. He just like holds off. And like he even has things through like artwork and things that he collects that he just comes up with all these different strategies and it's really, really cool. And I don't know if they said who's playing him, but I'm curious though. But yeah, like I just think he's an awesome character. And I actually met Timothy Zahn at a convention once.
I have too.
Awesome. Yeah, he's really cool. I had a weird like interaction with him where I went to buy one of his trade paperback comic books. It's like a collection of like all of his comic books together, and I went to go swipe my card, and there's some issue with my card. My bank was having like a weird issue thing, and so I kept doing it over and over. I'm like, oh, this is really embarrassing. This is Timothy Zahn. I'm literally doing it with him and like holding up a big line. So eventually, someone behind me, he's like, bro, I got you, and he just swiped his card and just paid for it. I'm like, thanks, man. So like I was kind of embarrassed, but like I was able to make a quick phone call and fixed it. But yeah, I'm gonna go Grand Admiral Thrawn. Yeah. Steven, who you got?
R2-D2, I suppose.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, if you watch the upcoming Ahsoka series, you'll probably see more. Or if you ever watch like Star Wars Rebels, you'll see him in that. But
this guy.
Yeah. Awesome. That's cool.
Lars
Mikkelsen.
Yeah. Ryan, who you got?
Well, we got a tie. I'm going for R2.
Ooh, okay.
And it's not because I'm doing this because I didn't read the books or anything like that. I'm very well familiar with Grand Admiral Thrawn from Rebels, and through maybe having listened to maybe 2 or 3 hours, a bit of aftermath. But the thing is that when it comes to iconic, I have to look at what the outside casual audiences, and one thing I do remember, like when it came with Thrawn, or at least when it came, it rolls back to Mandalorian season 2. In that episode with Ahsoka, I remember coming across someone shared me a reactor reel of people reacting to that, and when the Grand Admiral Thrawn line was dropped, half the people that was watching didn't recognize the name, while the other half lost their minds. And then 3 weeks later on, when the whole reveal, the rescue with Luke Skywalker, and then when R2 showed up, someone else showed me a reactor reel about of 12 to 15 people, and every single one of them reacted to seeing R2 on there. I'm not saying that these are hardcore Star Wars fans; these are most likely just general fans. But even then, as great as Admiral Thrawn is as a character and as iconic as he's building, like he's growing. Hopefully, Ahsoka will bring him more into the general audience sphere. But right now, R2 still has a bit of a leg up on him because he has the wider grasp, the wider appeal.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, with that, we have a tie.
And I said logic doesn't make sense in Star Wars, and I just logic my answer.
right. Well, we already had Steven with a tiebreaker earlier. So, Ryan, you get the tiebreaker. And you can switch your vote if you decide last minute you want it, but it's up to you. What are you going to put through? Ryan? Did he freeze?
Oh, no.
Oh, he froze right when he was the tiebreaker. So I'm going to assume he's going to go R2-D2.
Oh, there he is.
Right. Okay. Are you back? So
yeah, I'm back.
You have the tiebreaker, so you can switch it up if you want, but it's up to you.
I mean, I want to, but I mean, damn, if I never really watched Rebels, never known who Admiral Thrawn was. Stop! Oh my! Oh damn!
Decisions.
Bro, I'm gonna stay with my choice. I'm gonna stay.
Okay.
It's
all right.
It's like you gave me an 18 on blackjack, and I'm risking if I wanted to hit or stay.
So it's about.
What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say it's about 3:00. If we're still doing this at 3:30, which we probably will be, since we're still on round 1.
Yeah, right. Well, that's going to be a speed round. We're gonna fly through it, but
well, if we're still doing this at 3:30, I'm gonna have to take off for just like 15 minutes because I gotta take out the trash before.
Sure, yeah. No worries. Yeah, we'll go.
I think afterwards, since we've all done our little like talk, I'm pretty sure now with the further rounds, it's gonna be much easier to decide. And
in the next round, like we do a speed round, it'll literally be 10 seconds or less. I'm gonna hold you to it. You literally just vote, and we just fly through it.
Yeah.
So it'll be quick. But we got a couple here. IG-11.
Oh, okay.
We haven't had those yet. So yeah. So this time it'll be me first, and man, this one's tough because like. IG-11's cool, but it kind of like harkens back to even like IG-88, but this is just IG-11. But I love Taika Waititi. He's my favorite director, actually. I mean, for Love and Thunder aside, that was kind of interesting. But I mean, everything else though, I'm a huge fan, and I love him doing the voice. I like him anytime he pops up. But like Padme's just a really cool character, and like back in the day, Natalie Portman was a big crush of mine, and like just like seeing her with all the cool costumes. And I wasn't a big fan of the love story, but like you knew that it kind of something had to happen there. But yeah, like just the way that she was a queen, but then she also was just Padme, and like would she could definitely hold her own. She could fight. Like I don't know, she's a cool character. I think I got to give the edge to Padme probably here. So, Steven. You got.
Yeah, much like Hayden Christensen, Natalie Portman does suffer from, unfortunately, some cringy dialogue in Attack of the Clones. But she bounces back up in Revenge of the Sith, and which has a lot less cringy dialogue than Attack of the Clones did. So, but I'll go with Padme.
Yeah. Ryan, who you got?
Well, this one won't be that much of a difficult choice. I'm going to go with Padme. Mainly, some of my arguments for Padme are going to be the similar arguments I made towards Mon Mothma and Bail Organa. She's pretty much the true. She was a true North when it came with morality in Star Wars. She was elected very young as a child, like 14, I think 12, I think 12 or 14. As a queen. Which really is weird to me for a system like Naboo. I'm like, you elect your leadership for their young age. I get it. I mean, I don't get it, but then I get it. But then then, moving on, when she's done as queen, she's asked to serve as a senator, which is interesting because I remember reading some early books about, I think, diving into Padme's psyche to where she was, she did not like being a leader as a queen. She didn't want to serve. She wanted to live her own life. But then when she's asked to be a senator, of course, it's the public service. It's, oh my God, not loyalty, but it's the call to serve for a higher purpose, to what she can't refuse for. And you see that even though she is, despite the little love romance with Anakin, you don't see her falter on that. She's a very deep and caring person. That's why it's one of the reasons why she has those handmaids to be as her doubles. She doesn't want no one to lose their life, but even her handmaids understand that her life is important. Because you do see that episode 2 kind of kicks off with an assassination attempt on her because she's the only strong voice against the separatists. I mean, against just like the whole call to war. And then in episode 3, you do see she's starting to realize what's going on with the public. Why are we still in war? Could we be on the wrong side? You know, if she had lived at the end, no doubt in my mind, I mean, she would have gone to hiding, but I'm pretty sure she would try to be working things behind the scenes, trying to help implement change while the Empire is forming. IG-11's a great droid. I love the story they did with him from being such a straight assassin from 1 and moving on forward. I really think he was kind of shortchanged in season 3.
Yeah.
Beyond that, I do appreciate what was done with IG-11. Maybe he'll pop up again in season 4. Who knows? But for right now, my vote's going to Padme.
Yeah. Well, Marie, who you got here?
Absolutely, Padme. Leia got her spunk and her sense of duty and loyalty and compassion from her mama. So I don't think Leia would have been as tough and strong as she was if she didn't have some of her mama's genes. So I love Padme. And the books, E.K. Johnston's trilogy, oh, so good. So good. Not a typical
check those out.
Not a typical like rise and fall of a normal novel, but it works for me. I love them.
Nice. So it'll be Padme. Let's see if we have any more. Oh yeah, here we go. Shira Imwe still, and then we got Ezra. We haven't talked about Ezra yet, so here we go. And this time it'll be Steven first, which I don't know if you've seen either one of these, but you got Donnie Yen, and I can't.
Oh yeah,
I've
seen Rogue One.
Oh yeah, Rogue One. Yeah, for some reason I was thinking TV series. You've seen it, Rogue One, so and then Ezra from Rebels. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'll go with how do you say that? Sherrod?
Chirrut.
Yeah, Shira Imwe. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go with him. He was cool.
Yeah. Ryan, you got here?
For this one, I'm going with Ezra. Chirrut was a great character. Someone who was a believer in the Force, but isn't strong in the Force. Maybe there was some sense of Force sensitivity in him, but he's a blind man. So it's more of like his connection to the Force is more of faith. That's why I loved what he says. I'm one with the Force is with me. That's him. Like it's his not just a motto or a mantra, but it's a way to reassure himself to keep him brave when he's afraid. That's why those two moments, one's played for comedy when he's saying it repeatedly when he's when he's trapped by Saw Gerrera's men to calm himself down, and then the second time, and then the next time he does it, it's to keep him calm under pressure while he's being fired at, while trying to activate that switch. Is great. Ezra's obviously Rebels he's pretty, even though Ezra is the main character through and through, but you do see through Ezra's journey, it's not just a hero's journey, but it's a child growing up in the Empire, learning to become a good person. I won't say learning to become a man, but learning to become a good person.
Yeah.
And watching his story almost every episode through, you do see him stumbles, he falls, he grows. Sometimes he falls back on mistakes. He overthinks. He's overconfident. He trusts. Sometimes he'll trust too quickly. Sometimes he won't trust enough. He doesn't trust enough. Okay, I'm going to get too much on it. My vote is for Ezra because you do see a well-rounded character being developed in front of your eyes.
Yeah, totally. Marie, who you got?
So I totally agree with you on Ezra, but Chirrut is just awesome. I love how Chirrut is gung-ho to join the Andor's group and is all about supporting Jen, and the scene from that photo right there is just so good. Like when he is fighting all those stormtroopers just using his ears, like that is just incredible and I love it. So cheer it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I really love Chirrut Imwe in John Wick Chapter 4. He was awesome because he plays another blind guy in that movie. So the whole time I'm watching that, I'm like waiting for him to say that I'm one with the Force is one with me, and just waiting for him to say that. Yeah,
that is good.
Yeah, but Donnie Yen's awesome no matter what he's doing. Like he's just a badass. Like I don't know, he's really cool. And I almost included down Space on him. His other like Asian friend that's like from the movie. I forget the character's name. The one with the long hair.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Baze
Baze. Yeah. So I almost included him. I just couldn't quite squeeze enough people in. But yeah, Ezra, man. Like Ezra might be one of my favorite characters in like all of Star Wars. Like he is just like an incredible character, and like just seeing the arc that he goes on. He also has my favorite lightsaber in all Star Wars because the one that he builds, like it's a blaster and a lightsaber in one.
Yeah.
And that's freaking awesome. Yeah, and just his relationship to like every single character, he has like a different type of like bond and a different type of relationship with every single character from his crew. And especially I love his relationship with Kanan though, like that is like my favorite, like master and apprentice right there. Like it's just a really cool story, and like I don't know what's gonna happen when we finally see Ezra on screen. It's gonna be one of those moments where I'm like gonna start crying probably. Like it's just like this character is just like the best. Like so yeah. And who knows if we'll get to see Kanan, but probably in a flashback, I hope. But I think we'll definitely see Ezra eventually. So yeah, I got to go Ezra. So
which means we have a tie, I think.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
Oh yeah, we do.
So that means Maria, you have the tiebreaker, so you can go either way. You can switch it up.
I'll move Ezra forward.
Awesome. Huh? Sounds good. All right. I believe that's the last one. So now we can fly through it because we're all tired.
Wait a minute, there's no Han?
Yeah, we never.
we not have Han? Did I make like huge mistake and not have Han? Let me double
It's
check
too
my
late. It's too late.
my
It's too late.
my
It's
my
we are
master
too
list.
far in. We are too far into this.
Okay.
We are too
All
far
right.
into
Well,
I
I'm
would
just
have
checking
thought
the master
Han
list.
had.
That's all I'm doing. Let me see. I was gonna say, yeah. I feel like there's. Let's see.
Maybe the
this. I
Han
know there's
Chewie
more
mix
I
up.
mean,
Maybe
I
that
think
was it. That like did it. Oh,
We're too far
yeah,
into
here's
this
what-
at this point. We're too far into this to change it up.
yeah. It's probably the Han Chewie mix up because he's on my
Yeah.
master list. He's there. That's probably just that. So, I mean, I don't know what we want to do because I was gonna say we could take
Look,
a
I'm
lesser
not
character,
continuing
just
till
say
2
it's
in the
Han.
morning, man. Let's just
Yeah,
keep going.
yeah.
But
Okay. We'll just
it's
keep
just happening.
we'll just keep going. But yeah, that's kind of probably what it was. But we could just say like didn't like a character like Cara Dune make it? Can we just like say that's Han and just like call it good?
People are going to be
That's
more
what I
pissed off
said.
as Ezra over Han.
Yeah, but I mean that's what I say. We can kind of think about it when we get there, but
Yeah.
yeah, because I think Han like it kind of has to be here, but
Yeah.
but anyways, we got Anakin and Bo-Katan. So, and it'll be Steven first. So, here you go.
Anakin.
Yeah. Ryan.
All right. Anakin.
Yeah. Marie.
Annie.
Yep. It's close for me. I'll just throw it to Bo-Katan, even though Anakin already won. Just show her some love, sure. But yeah. Got Anakin. All right. We have Emperor, which is Emperor with an M, up against Jar Jar. Wow. Do we even need a vote? Like, can we just move them over and just save some time? Like, we could just do that.
Mr. Gonna
Anakin was gonna
manipulate,
object.
of course.
Yeah, right. We got Luke versus Boba Fett. Here we go. And it'll be Ryan first.
Well, he's the reason he fell into the Sarlacc pit, so he's the reason he's gonna be knocked out. I'm going with Luke.
Yeah. Marie.
I have to go with Boba Fett.
Yeah, like after I've seen what we've gotten from TV from both these characters, I kind of and also the sequel trilogy, I gotta go Boba Fett. So, yeah. Steven.
Wow. But it's gonna be a tie because I'm going with Luke.
Oh, and that means that the tiebreaker goes to me.
You.
And sorry, I gotta go with Boba Fett.
I mean, I'm not really that mad because Luke is not really one of my favorites anyway. But that's gonna be quite the upset for a lot of people.
Yeah, right. It will. Yeah,
Oh, that's funny.
because I was gonna work at the Sweet 16 will be in our championship for best geek characters, but we will do a poll from the night of our Elite 8. The final 8 will go in the group that we run, the Schmodown Friends and Family group, and people can vote. So we'll be hearing it about no Luke in there. So, but yeah, we got Cassian Andor and Finn, and this time it'll be Marie first.
Let's just do Finn.
All right. Sounds good. I think I gotta go for Cassian on this one. Steven.
I'm gonna go with Finn.
Yeah. Ryan.
I'm going with Finn.
Oh, all right. Give me a quick second because I'm trying to while I'm like doing this. I'm multitasking. That's why you might see me freeze up for a minute.
kind of surprised actually that you guys are not as big on. So, well, not maybe not all of you, but some of you guys are not as big as Andor because there's actually some Emmy buzz for Andor.
Oh no, I mean I love the show Andor. I do like it. It's just that with Finn as a character,
Well, yeah, I
mean,
know. But I'm talking more about some of the people are saying here that they think
chat.
it's a,
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Eh.
So we got Grogu and Kanan, and it'll be me first. And you know, I gotta go Grogu. Grogu's just like the character that's like pure joy and happiness to me. So, but Steven?
Yeah, when they introduced Grogu, I thought he was like supposed to be like a baby Yoda, like literally like Yoda's a baby, but obviously that's not the case. But Kanan.
Yeah. Ryan, who you got?
Well, this is definitely a hard choice, but I'm going to go with Kanan on this one.
Ooh, all right.
Yeah.
Marie.
I think I'm going to have to go with Kanan as well.
Ooh, so we have another tie, and this time it goes to Steven, so
Wait, didn't we?
you can switch
Didn't
it up.
Steven
What do you want to do?
Steven say Kanan?
He said
Yeah, I
Kanan.
said Kanan.
Oh, okay, yeah, my computer froze for a second during that, so I figured that like he was talking Grogu, so I thought he went with it, but then it'll be Kanan. Sounds good. We got Ahsoka versus Saw. This time it'll be Ryan first.
I mean, Saw is a great warrior, a great resistance fighter, but I mean, Ahsoka's proven her worth even when she's even when she can't use the Force. But wait, this is supposed to be quick decision.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Quick.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just letting you stall because I'm trying to fix my solo thing. But Marie, you got
Ahsoka.
yeah. Yeah, it's got to be Ahsoka. Steven?
I'll give Saw his lone vote.
All right, sounds good. It'll be Ahsoka. We got the Stormtrooper versus Cara Dune, which I have the graphic here. We could maybe make it a Han Solo match if it works. I don't know if it's gonna let me just drag it in here without really messing with it, but I'm gonna see.
Look, Han's just not in the tournament. I mean, he's just not in this bracket.
No.
I mean, it's a bitter pill to swallow.
Okay. Well, I mean, I say we just make a flip and put it Han, but it's up to you guys. What do you guys say?
I think it's on comment Malcolm said you can just say that the Stormtrooper is Han in disguise.
We could do that. We could switch it for the Stormtrooper. I'm fine either way. What do you guys say? It's not going to let me just drag it in. I'm trying to off screen here, but but I say we replace Kate.
Who was the Stormtrooper up against in round 1?
The Stormtrooper was up against Snoke. So,
and Inquisitor versus. I mean, either one of those probably Han would have.
I feel like we gotta have Han in here. So I say my vote goes to Cara. What do y'all say?
What? As in replace?
Yeah, replace it with Han. Unless we kind of think that like Stormtroopers are like a group and we want to have an individual character.
We could do what Stormtroopers as a group because that was my argument for voting for Stormtroopers as collectively.
Yeah, we could do that. I mean,
yeah.
I'm actually fine with that too. So we'll just say Han versus Cara Dune, and it'll be easy. It'll be Han, right? I don't think anyone's gonna dispute that. Yeah, we'll just move that through. I don't really have a way to like fix it, but That was my bad with the Chewie Han mix up. But
Just hope you can remember that then.
yeah, what I can do, like the best thing that I can do is I can pull it up on my phone, and every time that round comes, just look at my screen, and I'll hold up a picture of Han. But we got director Krennic versus Queel. And this time it is Marie first.
Oh boy.
Krennic.
Man, this one's tougher, but 10 seconds. Gotta go quick. I'll go Queel. Steven?
Krennic.
And Ryan, what's it gonna be?
I love Queel, but yeah, iconic is Krennic made a bigger impression, so Krennic.
All right, it'll be Krennic. Moving on. All right, cool. That's the end of that one, and I believe that'll be the first ones to make it into our championship episode. So because the Sweet 16 makes it in there, so those ones will be in it. So you'll see them again competing for best overall geek character. All right, we got Darth Maul versus Jin.
Oh.
And it's me first. Sorry, Jin. I think I got to go Darth Maul on this one. Steven?
Jen.
Okay. Ryan?
Let's see. Maul.
Ooh, all right. Marie.
Jen.
Ooh, so we got a tie. And this time the tie goes to Ryan. So what are you going to do?
Yeah.
You can switch.
I know.
But do you want to? That's the thing.
I mean, well, it's already going to be a tough top 8, so I'm going to go with Maul.
All right. Darth Maul. All right. We got Mace Windu and Chewbacca is what this one is. So, and it will be Steven first. You got.
Chewie is more iconic, but I just like Mace Windu more, so Mace.
Yeah. Ryan. You got.
I'm going with Chewie on this one.
Yeah. Marie.
Mace.
Whew.
And I think I got to go with Chewie. So we got another tie. So it'll go to Marie. You can't switch it.
Mace Windu.
Oh, all right. Mace
is moving forward.
Yeah. Yep. She's still alive at this point. We got Qui-Gon Jinn and Din Djarin.
Oh God.
So, it'll be you first, Ryan.
Oh well, yeah. This is a round 2. Oh shit.
Yep.
It's ironic. Both of these characters have music tracks that make them iconic. One for the wrong reasons. I'm going with Din.
Yeah, for the wrong reason. Yeah. Marie, who you got?
Qui-Gon.
If we can't have Grogu in here, let's at least try to get Din Djarin in here. Steven?
I'm going with Qui-Gon, but it's obviously going to be Din because I believe Jordan has the tiebreaker.
Yeah, part of me kind of wants to switch, but no, I gotta go with Din. All right, yeah. I got Leia. That's Rey. Ooh, female matchup. And this time it'll be Marie first.
Man, 5 years ago. No, yeah, 5 years ago, I never would have done this, but I'm gonna have to go with Ray.
Mm.
That's interesting.
Yeah, you know what? Look at that. As tough as it is, I think I also got to go Ray because she's got to be the lone representative from the sequel trilogy to me. So.
Didn't Finn make it?
Oh yeah, you're right. Finn made it too. So,
It doesn't matter.
yeah. Which was an upset to me. Like I thought, I didn't think he would, but Steven.
This is going to be an upset because I'm going with Ray too.
Oh, all right. Ryan.
I would have gone with Leia.
Okay. So, but it'll be Ray. Moving on. All right. Got Moff Gideon. Interesting. It'll be me first. I think this time I'll go Moff Gideon. I didn't vote for him last time, but I will here. Steven?
Just because of how much I do like Giancarlo Esposito, I'll go with Moff.
Yeah. Ryan, who you got?
I'm going with the survivor, and that's Wedge.
Yeah. Yep.
I like that.
Well, Marie, who you got?
He's creepy.
Wait, you just froze on me. Who'd you say?
Oh, sorry, Moff Gideon.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. I just heard he's creepy, but I'm like, I hope you're not talking about Wedge.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Got Zeb up against Yoda. All right. So we were back to Steven.
Yoda.
Yeah. Ryan.
No brainer, Yoda is.
Yep, exactly. Marie.
Zeb.
Yeah, like I love Zeb, but I think I gotta go Yoda on this one. So it'll be Yoda. All right. We got Obi-Wan and R2-D2. And it'll be Ryan first.
Yeesh. I'm kind of curious to see if we'll have an Obi-Wan versus Annie finale, so I'm going to go with Obi-Wan.
We could. It is possible, but yeah, Marie.
Obi-Wan.
Yeah, I'll go Obi-Wan. Steven?
Clean sweep.
Yeah, clean sweep. We haven't had many of those, surprisingly.
Might be the first one, actually.
Yeah,
right. I think it might be. Got Padme and Ezra. And then it'll be Marie first.
Padme.
I gotta go Ezra. Steven?
Padme.
And Ryan.
Mommy's going forward.
Oh, okay. Padme. All right. That's fair. All right. So those are our Sweet 16. So all the ones that made it there will be in our championship. We will see those ones again when we finally get there. It'll be a while, but we'll get there eventually. So next will be the next ones will be our Elite 8, which will be in a poll in our Showdown Friends and Family group. Let's see. So we got Anakin. Let me zoom it out here. Anakin up against Palpatine. Here we go.
Talk about a what if. Talk about a what if episode.
Yeah, right.
Oh my gosh.
I only want to say Master and Apprentice. I don't want to say that, but like kind of. And it's me first. Oh man. Like, I don't know why I'm just not as high on the Emperor as some people. I find him kind of to be an annoying character. I don't know.
He's the ultimate villain of the entire franchise.
I mean, Well, I kind of give that to Vader, but I don't know. But I think I want to see Anakin in it, so I'm gonna go Anakin. Steven?
I mean, I do like the idea of this ending with Anakin versus Obi-Wan, but I gotta vote for Palpatine.
Yeah. Ryan?
He brought freedom, security, and justice to his new empire, Anakin.
Yeah. Marie?
Annie.
No. Someone would say that that's an upset right there, but
I hate to knock out Palpatine, but
yeah.
I love my
Someone's
Annie.
gotta do it. We got Boba Fett up against Finn. All right. So it'll be Steven first.
Finn.
Ryan.
I'm riding this one like a bantha. Boba Fett.
Yep. Marie.
Oh God, this one's really hard for me. Freak. I don't like all of the portrayals of Boba Fett. I just really like the portrayal of Boba Fett in the Book of Boba Fett. But Finn, I like all of Finn, so I'm gonna go with Finn.
I mean, there's only been one actor to play him.
Yeah. Yeah, but man, like if it wasn't for the Book of Boba Fett, it would be Finn all day for me, but I gotta go Boba Fett. Like,
Yeah.
Ugh.
I more meant portrayals in the comics.
yeah. So is that a tie? I think we have a tie.
Yeah, it's a
right?
tie.
Yeah. So, and I believe the tiebreaker goes to me. I think is what we were on. I just want to make sure that's right. That I didn't put through the last one, but I think that's right. Man, like this is one that I could easily flip on too, but
Actually, you know what? Let's keep the upset going.
we could, but like I feel like Finn's a really underrated character that just doesn't get enough love. Let's just go Finn. Yeah, I'll switch it. Yeah. So, we got up next Kanan and then Ahsoka. Okay, Ahsoka. Oh man, yeah. This is like I don't know. The two kind of like leader head honcho people of Rebels kind of. And it'll be Ryan first.
I like that you said the two leader head honchos because the difference between one of them is that one of them actually trained a Jedi, Kanan.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
This is just a 10-second decision. It doesn't sum up my whole opinion of Ahsoka.
Right. Marie.
Ahsoka.
It's tough, but I think I gotta go Kanan. Steven?
Kanan.
All right. So it'll be Kanan. Okay. I wonder if you're just doing that to avoid the tie.
Well, also I've seen an episode of Rebels, whereas I haven't seen any of hers.
Ahsoka, yeah. All right, so just look at my screen for this one. I'm gonna hold it up. Look,
yeah,
it's not Kara, it's Han.
Yeah,
right there. Got Han there up against Orson Krennic. Yeah, there you go. It'll be Marie.
I know this sounds crazy, but I've got to go with Orson Krennic.
Oh, okay. I think for me, I gotta go Han. Yeah. Steven?
Han, easily. The only reason I've been voting for Krennic is because he keeps going up against either someone I don't know or someone that's weaker than him.
Yeah, right. Well, Ryan? Come on, it's not that hard.
No, I'm actually trying to think of a funny line. That's why.
Okay, I was gonna say. Well, it'd be funny if Han wins the whole thing and we got to put up Cara Dune's picture. Because that could happen.
That's why you should just have the stormtrooper and then be like, wait, what? And then it's surprise, it's Han in disguise.
Yeah, right.
Okay. He
Well,
choked on his aspirations, but Han always shot first, Han.
Yeah. All right. Because Cara Dune was like my very last one, like my 64th pick. So we actually wasn't gonna include her, and then I'm like, wait a minute, why do I have an extra spot? Well, I'll just include her, but I'm like, it's because I forgot Han.
Right.
Sorry, of course, and we have a Harrison Ford movie out this weekend. Sorry, Harrison Ford. Darth Maul up against Mace Windu. Okay.
Oh.
And I believe that it's me first, and I'll go Darth Maul. Steven?
I was gonna say Darth Maul is a cool looking character, but at least as far as Phantom Menace goes, not much more to him. But to be honest, that's kind of the same thing about Mace Windu as well.
Yeah.
But it's Samuel Jackson, so Mace Windu.
Yeah. Well, if you've seen the animated series, there's a lot more to Maul, but
that's why I specifically mentioned just Phantom Menace.
Okay. Yeah. But Ryan?
Once again, another one. If I have to go down just by iconic, by recognizable. If I had to go on, if I showed a picture of these two to any casual fan, and say they recognize them, I'll go with Mace.
Yeah.
I don't know about that, actually. I think they would both be tied as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, but the fact is that Maul is like an alien creature, a Zabrak, while Mace Windu is Sam Jackson, so he gets the edge there.
Well, I always get him not confused, but like he looks like a character from my favorite horror movie, Insidious. Like it's like a Darth Maul looking guy in that. So, but Marie.
Mace Windu.
Yeah, it'll be Mace. Mace Windu makes the poll. We got the Mandalorian up against Rey. Okay. And it'll be Steven first.
Rey.
Yeah. Ryan.
We're gonna get more of both of them in the future.
Yeah.
What the hell? Rey.
Yeah. Marie.
Rey.
Yeah, you know what? Let's make it a clean sweep. I'll go Rey. Yeah. Rey moves on. We got Moff Gideon and Yoda. Nice. These matchups are just funny because if you imagine them going up against each other in real life, that's the thing, or in a movie, whatever. But so it'll be Ryan first.
Tried to steal the Metachlorian count of his son. He tried. Hell, no hell it is. Yoda.
Yeah. Marie.
Yoda.
Yeah. Yoda. YDOA Yoda. Steven?
Yoda.
Oh, wait, I got a better funny line. Yoda over Moff Gideon. Yoda spelled backwards. Adoy.
Adoy, yeah. Right.
I like it.
Yep. Obi-Wan and Padme.
Oh.
Prequel fight.
Yeah, right. And it'll be Marie first.
I gotta go Padme.
I think I gotta go Obi-Wan. Steven?
I love you, Natalie, but I gotta go with Obi-Wan.
Yeah. Ryan?
Oh boy. Once again, it has to be on the more wider appeal, the more wider range, and I'm going with Obi-Wan on this one.
Yep. Obi-Wan it is. Right. All right. So now I think we're at the final 4. No, not quite. Okay.
Isn't this
We got
8?
Elite
Yeah.
8 still. Yeah, this is 8. So, all right. So it'll be
Oh, it's Anakin versus Finn.
Anakin versus Finn. Yep. All right.
Mhm.
And it's me first. It's got to be Anakin. Steven?
You had a nice run, Finn, but yeah, I guess I got to go with Anakin.
Yeah.
It just has a richer story.
Yeah. Ryan?
I know there's a clean sweep here, but I'm just gonna say Finn for the sympathy vote.
Sure, yeah. Marie?
Annie.
Yeah. That'll be Anakin. Right. Then we got Kanan up against Han Solo. Here it is again.
Yeah.
Let me hold it up. Yeah, okay. It'll be Steven.
Han.
Yep. Ryan?
Wider appeal, it's Han.
Yeah. Marie?
Han.
Yeah, my logic for voting Han is when it comes down to our Geek Championship Series, I think Han stands much more of a chance. So I'll go Han. So be Han. Right. All right. Over on this side, we have Mace Windu and Rey. Right.
Oh.
And it'll be Ryan first.
Well, since he didn't want to train Annie because he was too old, he would have had the same thing towards Rey, so I'm going Rey.
Yeah. Marie.
I really want to choose Mace Windu, but
Well, you can. It's up to you.
yeah, I know. I'm gonna go Mace Windu.
All right. So then you got to vote with your heart, you know. So
Yeah.
I think I got to go Rey though. Steven?
As much as I like Mace Windu, I've been mostly voting for him because of Samuel L. Jackson, whereas with Rey, it's because of the character.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
Okay. All right. We got Yoda and Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Oh, like an Annie and Obi-Wan Kenobi is not possible. Holy shit.
Yep. Yep. This time it'll be Marie first.
Actually, these two are literally like tied in. They're kind of, they cancel each other out on like iconic status.
They do kind of, yeah.
I'm gonna go Yoda.
Man, this might be the toughest matchup yet. These like inner bracket rounds always like stress me out. It's gotta be probably Obi-Wan, yeah. But like, ask me tomorrow, and it could be different. But
Yeah.
Steven?
this actually isn't really that tough for me. Obi-Wan.
Yeah. Ryan?
I'm just gonna default to an old saying: "You never forget your first." So I'm gonna go with Obi-Wan.
Yep. Yep.
When it comes with cars,
Statement.
kiss, and your job, you never forget your
Yeah.
first.
Yeah, all of that. Yep. All right, we have our final 4. So it's down to Anakin and Han Solo, and then Rey and Obi-Wan. So which is good because we have someone from every era represented. So that's cool. And it'll be me first on Anakin and Han Solo. Oh man. Just because, oh man, like I've only seen one season of Clone Wars, but even in that, he's good. But I think I got to go with Han. Here, let me hold it up again. Yeah, Han for me. Steven?
I'm gonna go with Han.
Yeah. Ryan?
Anakin.
Yeah. Marie?
Anakin.
So we have a tie, and the tiebreaker goes to Steven. You can switch it, though, if you want.
Just to get that Anakin versus Obi-Wan match, I'll
Actually,
switch
would be
it to
cool.
Anakin.
Oh, Anakin. All right. Nice. Okay, now it's Rey and Obi-Wan. So it'll be Ryan first.
Well, like before, you never forget your first Obi-Wan.
Right. Yep. Just keep it going. Marie.
Ray.
Yeah. Man, yeah, this one's tough. I think I gotta go with Ray. Like, I mean, I want to see that matchup, but still, Ray is just awesome. So, Steven?
I'll go with Obi-Wan, but I wouldn't be mad if it was Ray.
Yeah. Well, it's funny that I vote for Ray now, but I don't want to see any more from Ray, though, even though we are getting it. So, but
I'm looking
anyway.
forward to that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll watch it, but I'm not like dying for it or anything. But
I'm actually looking forward to all of the Star Wars movies they announced recently.
Oh, nice. That's good. Yeah. Ryan.
The tiebreaker.
Yeah. No. Well, wait. Did you vote first?
I voted for Obi-Wan.
Oh yeah, that's right. You voted Obi-Wan, so it is a tiebreaker, and you do have the tiebreaker. Yeah. What you want to do?
I'm just gonna get this out of my system, so then I can decide. So I can decide.
Oh.
Okay, now that's out of my system. It's out of my system. Okay.
You're leaning this way, Obi-Wan.
Well, I mean, I was joking earlier on for the matchup, but even then, like when it came between Ray and Mace, Steven did bring up a great point about the character. And when it comes to Ray as a character and Obi-Wan as a character, I am gonna go with Obi-Wan mainly for his iconic status as the character.
Yeah. Well, we are gonna get the matchup, so here you go. Master and Apprentice. I don't have to hold up the Han anymore.
Yeah, and people are gonna be so pissed off when they see it's like, why the hell did Kara get to the final?
Yeah, right. Yeah. For anyone watching, it's this guy. I'll hold it up one more time.
You just gotta put in a disclaimer. It was originally meant to be Han.
Yeah. Yeah, but we got Anakin and Obi-Wan, and this time it'll be Marie first.
Anakin.
Yeah. I think this time I gotta go with Obi-Wan. Steven?
I mean, the story of Star Wars is the Skywalkers, but I just think Obi-Wan is cooler. And so I'm going with Obi-Wan.
Yeah. I don't know. They're both equally cool to me, I think. But Ryan?
In fact, the two of them were the leads of the episode 3 Revenge of the Sith video game. Says how cool both of them were.
Yeah.
Man, I wish I had a coin so I don't have to roll it, so I can flip. No, that's even worse. It means I didn't make a decision.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I've got a coin app on my phone I use once in a blue moon. Just do that.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that coin app. But no, I'm gonna make a decision. Both of them, both are marred in tragedy. Both of them are great characters.
I'll give you extra time since it's the final.
I'm wondering, is anyone still in the chat?
Yeah.
This isn't Rankum. The chat doesn't get to decide.
Yeah.
I'm like, let's just make it a tie and force them to decide. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna focus, narrowing it down.
Maria can't even watch. She had to watch. She's like,
You can either solidify Obi-Wan's win or tie it up.
Ugh.
Yep. And I know who has the tiebreaker.
I think I do too.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm not going to underestimate his power. Anakin.
Oh, so that means it's a tie then. And it goes to Marie for the tiebreaker.
Oh,
Decide it all. Yeah.
Annie!
Oh, there you go. And your winner, Anakin Skywalker. There you go. Yep. And like really like comes down to the ones we like the best, our favorites, but it also comes down to like the matchups and like that type of thing. So some people had an easier path, but I don't think either of these really did though. So yeah. So that was fun, guys. That was a long marathon. Let's not make it the longest episode. We have had one other episode that's gone this long before. This is like one of two. So, but when you get a bunch of diehard Star Wars fans together, this kind of thing happens. So
I do have to go now, actually.
Okay.
Oh yeah, sure.
This is like 8 of 4 for me.
Yeah. Do you want to do some plugs real quick?
I actually don't really have anything to plug.
Yeah, you'll just be back
next time I'll be back here, which might be the Star Trek one, I think.
Yeah, it'll be the Star Trek one, and I'm gonna crack the whip on that one. I'm going fast because we've been so good at getting these episodes down to 2.5 hours, and I don't know, we went long, but that's fine. Yeah, so yeah, we'll see you back for that one at around the end of the month, the end of July. So, but cool. And Ryan, where can we find you?
Well, currently right now, I do have a podcast available, but it's kind of like we're on a bit of a slight hiatus where we are recording episodes, and hopefully we'll get some out later, like in like around August or July. We're trying to aim that way. The podcast is called Wrestling Ramblings and Rages. It's a podcast for anyone that is a fan of professional wrestling. I co-host it with I co-host with two of my other friends, Brenton McPherson and James Shimo. We pretty much just talk wrestling, either on news topics or fantasy booking, top tens. We even did our own like versions of brackets to where we did where James set up the bracket and did a random generator of matchups. So the episodes, our old episodes, previous episodes, they're available on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, and Stitcher. Go check them out, listen to us, go back and forth on reviewing pay-per-views, shows, and pretty much a variety of topics. And we'll look to get some new ones out coming later in this year. Otherwise, Currently, people can find me playing movie trivia almost anywhere around here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, how about that pay-per-view event that was on Sunday? That was a banger. That was like good stuff. I don't know if you saw that one.
Oh, I saw it. Yeah, it was a very great pay-per-view.
Yeah, I was surprised, but I'm more of a casual wrestling fan. I just watch like the big events. I don't watch like everything, but yeah. But
it's a chore.
Yeah, right. Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, but Marie, where can we find you?
You can find me on Twitter at Alia Morgaine and on YouTube at Afra's Artifacts, where I do videos on queer Star Wars characters and storylines and issues and the like.
Nice. Sounds good. And I'll just make my plugs quick. Sometimes I have a bunch of stuff, but you can find all of our social medias down in the description. Movie Hero 2121 is our main one, and then also you can find the poll with our Elite 8. But it'll be up tomorrow, sometime by the end of the day, with our Elite 8 from this episode. And then just our next couple of upcoming episodes, we have on Friday, we're doing our best animated movies of all time championship. We did a decade series as a tier ranker, so it'll be a tier ranker, and we're finally down to the very last episode, so it'll be a tough one. So we'll have some all timers on there, and then next week we're doing couple of geography-based episodes, movies with the city in the title and movies with the state in the title. The state one will be a half bracket, we decided, because there's just not enough movies with the state that are like worth talking about. So we're doing a half bracket, but the city will be a 64. So yeah, just tune in for that. So, and yeah, that is going to do it for this marathon episode tonight. So we'll see if any of the other geek tournaments end up this long, because my goal is to have people who are really like die hard about that subject. So we'll see. But anyways, for Steven, for Ryan, for Marie, who am I forgetting? Malcolm, for Wolfman, I've been Jordan the Movie Hero Anderson, and we will see you next time.